say, well, and that Global Zero discussions with high-level Chinese government officials, military officials, and experts indicate strongly that China remains committed to this course of a low nuclear policy. China would not race to parity or supremacy, and would in fact take the opposite position to join an arms reduction process if the United States reduces their arsenals to low numbers. Well, I mean, forgive me, but I don't know who he talked to, and I'm not sure they would tell him the truth anyway. Matter of fact, I doubt it. I mean, this is the kind of thing that went into that report. General Swartz, an Air Force Chief of Staff, about this report, was asked about it. He was not sympathetic. General Swartz said, quote, "I don't agree with this assessment or this study." The current STRATCOM commander, General Robert Kaler, the Strategic Forces Command that has the nuclear requirements for the United States government, said, quote, "Regarding the Global Zero report, in my view, we have the force size, force structure, force posture today that we need for our national security needs." What did the report call for in conclusion? They are not shy about saying it. The United States, quote, "could seek to achieve," this is in the conclusion, "such reductions in 10 years and plan to base its arsenal on a dyad, no longer a triad, of nuclear delivery vehicles. The optimal mix of carriers would consist of 10 Trident missile submarines, there are currently 14, and 18 B-2 bombers. This would decommission, as they overtly say, 67 B-52 nuclear bombers. They would be totally eliminated, all the B-52s. Continuing, quote, "Under normal conditions, one half of the warhead stockpile, 450, would be deployed on these carriers. The other half would be kept in reserve except during national emergency. All land-based intercontinental missiles armed with nuclear payloads would be retired. All ICBMs would be retired, and the carriers of non-strategic warheads, all of which would be eliminated, and the carriers of non-strategic, that's tactical nuclear weapons, would be eliminated from the stockpile. B-52 bombers would be completely eliminated or converted to carry only conventional weapons." Well, I really think that's an extreme position. It's contrary to the established bipartisan commission that we established, the concurrent bipartisan policy of the U.S. Defense Department. And I don't know how you'll vote on this nomination, but please, ladies and gentlemen, as we go forward, we're going to have to be very careful about how we handle strategic nuclear weapons. There is no doubt our allies are very uneasy. They don't understand where we're heading. They don't have the confidence that we need them to have. And if an ally doesn't think that we're going to be there for them, then will they not have a high incentive to build a nuclear arsenal themselves, to defend themselves? That worries me. And the members of this committee that I talked to and met privately said they received delegations from various countries I won't name that we respect and are great allies with, are really troubled by this. I asked a Russian professor on one occasion, "Would you eliminate your tactical nuclear weapons?" He said, "Do you know how many troops the Chinese have on our border? We're never going to eliminate tactical nuclear weapons." We've got to be careful about this dream of a world without nuclear weapons. Will it encourage Iran? Will it encourage North Korea, if we reduce our weapons, to stop producing nuclear weapons? If we continue to go down and people lack confidence in us, what about countries like Saudi Arabia or Egypt or Turkey or other countries around the world, South Korea, Japan? Would they not feel further pressure to build a nuclear arsenal, and therefore proliferation would occur? So, Mr. Chairman, I think this is out of the mainstream. It represents a rather erratic position, and having been involved in this virtually the entire time I've been in the Senate, I think it's so far away from where we need to be that I would not be able to support my friend Chuck Hagel. I like him. He is absolutely deserves our respect for being on the ground, in combat, putting his life on the line, serving his country, and he's a frank and open person, but he's not been particularly consistent in my view over the years. He's taken some views that I think are not good for America, and I believe in Secretary of Defense. The entire world, and all Americans really, need to know that is one person that is stable, solid, can be counted on to issue measured judgments and execute them as promised. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sessions. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will be very brief in the interest of time, just to say that I will be supporting Senator Hagel. I want to thank particularly Senator McCain for his comments about Senator Hagel, that none of us are seeking to impugn his character. And in fact, many of the senators who questioned him commented that he is a good and decent man and that they respect his record as a decorated combat veteran. He would be the first enlisted man to serve as Secretary of Defense, and therefore I think uniquely qualified to address what I view as probably one of the 2 or 3 major challenges for the next leader of the Department of Defense, which is how to attract and retain the best in America, the best people in America to serve in our military. We all are fond of saying that our people are our greatest asset, and it's true. Anybody who has visited our war fighters in Afghanistan, as I have 3 times, and privileged to go with Senators McCain and Graham and Ayotte a couple of those times, stand in awe, I think, of the work that they have done and the sacrifices they have made. And this country traditionally, after such wars, hollows out its military. I'm convinced that Senator Hagel is committed, passionately committed, to the men and women in uniform and our veterans. And he's been a veterans advocate as well as a decorated combat veteran himself. So I believe there's a reason that we afford the President some prerogative in choosing his team, which is ultimately it's the President that we hold accountable for his policies. His policies, the administration's policies, will have to be Senator Hagel's policies if he is confirmed as Secretary of Defense, and we should hold the President accountable. And I hope to work with my colleagues on issues like Iran and Israeli security, and as well working to stop sexual assault, implementing the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the dangers and realities of suicide, PST, and, of course, the looming danger of sequestration. The management of the Department of Defense is a huge challenge, and I hope that we will come together on a bipartisan basis to help whoever the next Secretary of Defense is, and I believe he will be Senator Hagel, to address those challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are good-hearted, right-minded people on both sides of the Chuck Hagel nomination question, and I don't think there are any minds to be changed at this point. I would like to offer a few points about this nominee for the record. First, it is important to our national security to have leadership in the Department of Defense right now. The Defense Department is never an easy place to run, but today it faces an unusually difficult set of challenges. We need a Secretary of Defense in place to manage the fallout from sequester, should it come to fruition, as well as the budget constraints we face in the future. We need a secretary in place to guide the fundamental rebalancing of our military after the end of the war in Iraq, as the winding down of the war in Afghanistan continues, and as we pivot to the Pacific. And this rebalancing must be done while being vigilant about the circumstances in North Korea, Syria, North Africa, and elsewhere, as well as the large and ever-increasing cybersecurity threats to our data systems, power grid, and other infrastructure. And second, at the same time, we as a country must have a larger discussion about the next generation of warfare. How, when, and under what circumstances will digital weapons be used? There are ongoing questions regarding the use of drones. What role will Congress have in overseeing the use of these weapons? We need a Secretary of Defense in place to participate in these discussions. Third, we also need a Secretary of Defense who will look after the needs of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and their families. We need a Secretary of Defense who has fought for veterans' issues and can work with the VA to ensure that these two agencies will work in coordination for the benefit of our veterans. Senator Hagel has tremendous breadth of leadership in both the public and the private sectors. I think that we owe tremendous deference to the President to put together the team that he can count on. And I am confident that Senator Hagel will provide the President unvarnished advice and that he will ask the kinds of tough questions that he has always asked, not necessarily the popular questions. So Senator Hagel, in my view, is clearly qualified to be Secretary of Defense, and I will be supporting his nomination.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator Hirano. Senator Udall.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Inhofe, it's been a spirited, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Inhofe, this has been a spirited discussion. I intend to proudly vote for Sergeant Hagel. He's a patriot. He's earned the right to wear 2 Purple Hearts and many other commendations. And the enduring case for me was made at his nomination hearing by the long list of former defense secretaries and national security advisors, both Republicans and Democrats, who stood together and supported Senator Hagel's nomination. And the enduring image for me will always be Senator Hagel flanked by Senators Warner and Nunn, who are iconic, respected national security leaders. Let's vote, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we are almost at the 5 o'clock hour. We are,
Could I say one good thing
please,
about our nominee?
great way to end.
I heard him do the containment comment. At first, I perked up, but my honest evaluation of Senator King is it was just a misspeaking. I don't think he rejected meant to adopt a containment policy rather than not allowing them to have a nuclear weapon. I meant to say that earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that very positive note and a generous note. We will, and I say that very seriously, and this committee is a very strong bipartisan committee, as I said before, and we will continue to be. One difficult vote notwithstanding, and the clerk, a quorum being present, 5 o'clock hour having come, and we'll now consider the nomination of Chuck Hagel to be Secretary of Defense. Is there a motion to favorably report Mr. Hagel's nomination to the Senate?
So moved.
Is there a second? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Nelson.
Aye.
Mr. Udall. Aye. Mrs. Hagan. Aye. Mr. Manchin.
Aye.
Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mrs. McCaskill. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Mr. Donnelly.
Aye.
Ms. Haruno.
Aye.
Mr. King.
Aye.
Mr. King.
Aye.
Mr. Inhofe.
No.
Mr. McCain.
No.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Chambliss.
No by proxy.
Mr. Wicker.
No.
Ms. Ayotte. No. Ms. Fisher.
No.
Mr. Graham. No. Mr. Vitter.
No instructions.
Mr. Blunt.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No by proxy.
Mr. Cruz.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
14 to 11, and 1 no instruction.
Okay, let me announce the vote first, if you would.
On that, it was my understanding earlier that the vote would be left open, and I would just suggest that Mr. Vitter may have heard that and might
We will, thank you, thank you. I did say that, and we will leave the vote open for an additional 10 minutes to give Mr. Vitter a chance to come and vote in person. If he does so, the vote will then reflect that vote in person. If not, it'll be as announced. I think we all trust each other so that we know what I'm saying here. The vote, would you just please announce the vote again, subject to that one vote change?
14 ayes, 11 nays, 1 no instruction.
And if Mr. Vitter does show in the next, what did I say, 10 minutes? He can then cast the vote. It will not change the outcome. Given that vote, we will now favorably report the nomination of Chuck Hagel to the Senate. We thank you all, and we look forward to another wonderful year together.
Good job, good job.
You can only go up, right? Can't go down.
Thank you all.
suspect. We don't have confirmation. We probably won't get confirmation on that for quite some time. But shortly after that, we understand that a gunshot was heard from inside the house, and then soon after, a lot of shots were heard. There is some suspicion it could be just a lot of ammunition going off inside the home, or it could be the suspect shooting. Those are other things that we aren't going to be able to tell. And obviously, they're not going to try to put this fire out until the situation is deemed safe. So basically, this house is going to burn to the ground until we get some resolution as to what's going on out there.
Right, and however, we do know that the fire department has been notified of this. However, they are standing by until they get the clearance to go in and fight this fire, because obviously they can't get in there just yet.
And JT, just to remind everybody, you of course are not showing anything, but you have a perimeter. They're keeping the news helicopters away. Did you say like a 5-mile perimeter from the scene or something like that?
Yeah, rightfully so, David. They've actually established what's called a TFR, a temporary flight restriction. They've restricted us to 5 miles and 10,000 feet, and there's an inner temporary flight restriction that's actually up to 13,000 feet. So, they don't want to take any chances. They don't want any of these images to get back down into where this suspect may be. He may not even be here. That's a distinct possibility. He may be in another cabin nearby. So showing the tactical movements of SWAT officers, what vehicles, and any type of intelligence that this suspect can use to his advantage is something that we definitely at ABC7 do not want to give away, because he's familiar with these type tactics. Again, a law enforcement officer with LAPD for a little over 2 or 3 years before he was fired. But he's aware of these activities, and also his career in the Navy and his military experience. He's familiar with these tactics, and which makes him even more dangerous. Now, these officers are aware of that, and they are the counterintelligence is they're going to counteract what he may or may not know. But right now, as this fire continues to burn, they're going to let it burn.
All right, well, JT, thank you very much. And right now we want to tell you that you are watching our breaking news coverage continuing on Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. We thank you for joining us. This is continuing coverage of the search for Christopher Dorner, we believe is holed up in that cabin.
So here are some of the details of what we've been covering so far. Fish and Game officers, they exchanged gunfire with Dorner. That happened about 12:20, 12:30 this afternoon. Our cabin off of Highway 38 has been surrounded. That's where we believe the suspect, Dorner, has been holed up for the last few hours.
Let us know when we're back.
Oh, sorry about that. And that's JT Alpaugh. He's trying to work with the signal. He is over the scene watching a recent development where this house is now on fire, where we believe the suspect with Dorner's description was inside that home. And we have to also mention that the suspect got into a couple of altercations, gun battles, one with Fish and Game and the other one with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. The gun battle with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, 2 officers were downed. They were airlifted to Loma Linda Medical Center, where one of them passed away this afternoon. We do have official confirmation of that. The sheriff tells us that the other injured officer will be okay, but one more officer has been killed in the line of fire, we believe, by the suspect, Dorner.
Very sad development. We know that Christopher Dorner is holed up in that cabin, and perhaps that is why 2 of the highways have been reopened. For a while, they were locked down. Big Bear Mountain was locked down. Highway 330 and 38 have been reopened there. And they believe that this gunfire ensued with Christopher Dorner about 1:20 in the afternoon, and he has been holed up ever since.
And we have been bringing you live pictures from throughout this area of Big Bear Mountain. We do have JT back. Obviously, he's kept away from the scene, but you can see the smoke from this reported house fire. We don't know the cause of the fire, but we do know it accelerated the situation. Whatever the situation may be, this fire has basically forced somebody's hand. There has been reports of gunfire going on. JT, have you heard of anything else?
Yeah, David, we're back with you. Sorry about that signal breakup, but you can see that thick black smoke of that house as we keep coming around here. This cabin on fire right now. Special weapons teams have it surrounded, and this is a wait-and-see game. Time right now is on the officer's side. They have plenty of cover down there. They have air support overhead, keeping eyes, a very tight orbit, keeping eyes on that suspect. Now, we're going to be very careful here as we come around the corner because there is a little bit of a view that possibly we can see here. But, in fact, you know what I might do is I might go in just a little bit tighter here just to make sure I don't see any officers, just to go right on that smoke, right on that house. We're going to stay right on there and make sure we don't show any of those movements. But we're going to keep coming around on this orbit to show heavy, heavy black smoke here. pouring out of this cabin. And if this suspect is in here and he's not out right now, it would be suffice it to say that I would doubt that anybody would be able to survive
Yeah,
the amount of
JT,
fire and
we're
smoke
getting
in that.
reports now that the house is fully engulfed in flames. We've all seen that before. When a house is fully engulfed in flames, there is very little chance of survival. Clearly, one way or another, this thing is wrapping up quickly. We do see flames right now, and we're still getting reports that ammunition is going off from inside the house.
We don't know how this fire began, but we do know that this is a desperate man. He's been on the run for several days now, and now he has nothing to lose. He's been charged, officially charged with 3 murders. Today, another officer killed just a couple hours ago. And this is a man with nothing to lose now. If he is trapped and surrounded, he knows he is not getting out. He knows the tactics, and he's probably watching it on television.
Again, these are live pictures from Air 7 HT over the cabin we believe that he is holed up in. You could see some glimmer of flames coming up from the treetops and the tremendous amount of black smoke. Of course, the fire department is not going to respond to this fire. They will not respond to a fire until it's deemed safe by law enforcement, and this is a long way from being a safe scene. So this house basically will burn to the ground, and we'll get to some resolution on this situation, unless perhaps the suspect got out of the home. But we believe that nobody has seen that happen. And it has been surrounded since law enforcement saw him go into that house just after an exchange of gunfire with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
Also reports of a shot fired just moments ago from inside the cabin. And all we can hope is that that cabin was empty and abandoned when he went in there.
Right. We don't know. We don't have confirmation whether civilians were in that home when he busted in. We don't know the situation. Law enforcement may not know the situation. We don't know if there was any communication with the suspect either once he got inside that home. I'm sure investigators and deputies tried to reach him. We don't know if they were successful. We don't know how deep they got into any kind of negotiation to get him out. But we do know that this suspect was basically bent on going out in a violent way. The way he's been involved in a number of shootouts with police from last week into today, it was very clear that he was not going to go quietly.
And 2 fish and game wardens today, very close call with him as well. Fortunately, they will be okay. And the 2 San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies, both shot. One, unfortunately, passed away. The other will survive the wounds at Loma Linda Medical Center.
JT, what's the latest? What do you have for us?
Well, right now we've been asked by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department to widen our shot just a little bit, and
Okay.
we understand that.
Yeah.
So we definitely don't want unintentionally to see any SWAT officers, which we did not, but we don't want any to walk into frame when we were that tight. But we did see heavy flames pouring out of that front door, out of that window, and you can see above. I mean, this is very important to mention. Again, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department helicopter overhead right now, completely locking that down right now to make sure that they can cover the high ground on this. If this suspect comes out of any orifice of this house, that he is going to be engaged by SWAT officers if he's armed and firing. But it would be hard-pressed to believe at this point, in this fully involved home, you can see that heavy, heavy black choking smoke in that house. It would be very hard-pressed to believe that anybody could survive that at this point. So, again, you're right. There's a distinct possibility that the suspect might not be in here. That's why they have this small containment, this perimeter right around this house, and a very, very large perimeter on all these highways with vehicle checks. The CHP roaming around here looking for any moving vehicles that can be checked out. So in the case that he did get out of this house under that gunfight, in that fog of battle that we talked about, fog of war, if he got out during that gun battle, moved through those heavy trees, you see all those trees there. When those aircraft are circling around, he could duck and weave around those trees and slowly make his way out. But it's really well locked down really well, I should say. And it's very hard-pressed to believe that the officers that were in a gun battle, that were locked in, and he was firing back and forth, and they did have air support overhead watching this place, it'd be very difficult for him to get out of here with all those eyes on that location. So we're waiting for This cabin's going to burn down to the ground. They're not going to let the fire department in there, as you mentioned, Ellen. They're not going to let them in anywhere near there. Everybody's in a cover position. Everybody has a tactical advantage on this location. And there very well could be ammunition that were stored up in or around that location that could be popping off. And it may be mistaken as gunfire from the suspect, but it's a wait-and-see game right now, and time is on these officers' side.
Right. We'll give you an idea of where this particular cabin is. It's about 5 to 10 miles south of Big Bear Lake. It runs about 3 miles from, I believe it's called Angeles Oaks. Is that right, JT?
Yeah, the area is Angeles Oaks, Ellen, and I'll give you a shout. You can just see over the top of the ridge line here. That's Big Bear Lake off to the left side of your screen. That's about 10 miles to the north and over a ridge line and down in this riverbed here to the south. Now, we are north of Highway 1, kind of Barton Flats area, Angeles Oaks, Barton Flats. It's kind of, the street is 7 Oaks Road, very near Glass, and it's an east-west road that parallels Highway 38 about 3 miles to the north. The only way to get here is Highway 38, and it's one of those small roads. Lots of cabins in the area, and it's tucked back in this. There's one way in, one way out, and it's a very quaint kind of vacation home cabin setting.
JT,
And,
we have an update quickly. We're hearing now this is reportable. This is confirmed that once the fire started, of course, we don't know how the fire started. There's this speculation that it could have been tear gas canisters. But once the fire was started, a single gunshot was heard from inside the cabin. And then as the fire accelerated, more ammunition started to explode. It sounded like it was going off within the fire, perhaps not an exchange of gunfire, but just ammunition going off in the fire. And we're also getting reports that law enforcement is going to use what's called a Bearcat, which is basically a SWAT vehicle that has a bulldozer component on it. And they're going to use this vehicle to basically break down the walls and penetrate the cabin. So we're coming very close to resolving this situation, or at least getting to the bottom of what is inside this cabin. Of course, they're not going to use that Bearcat or that SWAT vehicle unless they're fairly comfortable or feel it's safe to move that vehicle in and bulldoze this cabin. So this is coming close to resolution.
Well, this is interesting. I'm hearing from a very reliable source that a woman, the owner of this cabin, one of 7 cabins, vacation cabins that she owns in this community of 7 Oaks, she says the cabins were supposed to be empty Monday, and they have no cable, no phone, or internet. So hopefully that is indeed the case, and thank you for my source.
Well, let's really hope that they are empty, because that was a big concern, is whether or not these cabins were inhabited and whether or not he had potentially another set of hostages with him inside the home.
But the poor owner of the cabin, can you imagine? This is the last thing she expected.
Well, as long as she's not in there.
Exactly.
All the other stuff can be fixed. But that is a live picture. At least it's got a little bit of breakup right now. But we are watching the scene progress quickly. The cabin where we believe the suspect is in is on fire. A single gunshot was heard from inside the cabin. And then a few minutes later, a lot of gunshots, or at least a lot of explosions from ammunition going off within the fire. We believe that law enforcement is going to penetrate this cabin. They might be doing it right now, but we're not going to give you specific pictures of that. But that is the very latest, and that's what they say is reportable right now. JT, you still with us?
I am, David.
Any activity that you noticed? Have you heard anything, any scan or anything like that?
We have not heard that, but that information is coming from you. That seems like a tactic that has been used in the past by special weapons teams and might likely be employed. In the walls, it'd be safe to say that the walls of this particular cabin are probably going to be pretty well burned to the ground by the time they get in there. And what they'll do is they'll move in those armored personnel vehicles, those Bearcats or Batcats they call them as well, the ones that can actually disseminate, that can tear apart a location and go through that rubble and wreckage and see if they find any remains or the suspect himself. So that, again, you can't assume as a law enforcement officer, you can't assume that the suspect was killed. You're going to approach this thing, especially after the events of today with that San Bernardino County Sheriff deputy being killed in this gunfight. he is going to go down. If he is still alive, he's going to go down with a fight. And they're going to take every chance they're not going to take any chances with this and use every means necessary to take him into custody or to verify that the suspect is dead.
Right, a desperate man with a vendetta, and apparently they won't be able to let anybody in there, even for structure protection, until they have absolute 100% certainty that they have their man.
Yeah, we could still be in for a long wait here, and they may just wait for this to completely burn out before they move in at all. And there's still a lot of questions to be answered on what exactly went down today, and we have to talk a lot more about the San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy that lost his life today in that gun battle. A lot more to come on that, but we do have confirmation from Loma Linda that one more law enforcement officer has passed away today due to a violent confrontation with, we believe, the suspect, Christopher Dorner.
And we still don't know if he's been holed up in that cabin with those two women today. We don't know if it started today when he broke into that cabin or if he'd been there for days, but we do know that about 12:20, one of the women escaped from the ties and was able to call and report her vehicle stolen.
Okay, we're going to keep JT Alpaw's picture up. JT, stay with us. We're going to go to Leticia Juarez, who is standing by. We understand she's by Highway 38, which remains closed, but she is still fairly near the scene. Leticia.
Well, what I can tell you, this is Highway 38 is the only way in or out of the Angeles Oaks area. I want to give you a kind of a look here. We're near what's called the Mill Creek Ranger Station. It's the site of where we're seeing a lot of this police presence here. It's a very tense situation, and now also a very sad situation. The Inland Empire losing 2 law enforcement officers in the span of a week during this manhunt for Christopher Dorner. Now, what I can tell you, we did see that Bearcat you mentioned heading up to the mountain about maybe 2 hours ago. We saw them taking that Bearcat up the mountain. We also saw some lighting. What we can determine from that, it's going to be a very long night for law enforcement officers as they head up to the mountains with this equipment in place, where this may be turning from a tactical operation to possibly a forensic operation. And I want to mention there is like a heavy presence. They're not letting anyone up or down the Highway 38. We've only seen vehicles coming down the mountain, and any vehicle that comes down Highway 38 is getting thoroughly searched by SWAT team members at gunpoint. They're making very sure that nobody that shouldn't be in those cars is in them. We're also watching as police presence has actually diminished somewhat on this roadway. It seems that everyone that should be up there is up there at this moment. They're pretty much staging right here. We just saw the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department's Public Information Officer, Cindy Bachman, here at the area, and I do want to go and talk to her and try to get as much information as I can on the current situation here on Highway 38. I do want to mention that Caltrans did put out a press release saying that Highway 38 would be closed for quite some time now, so if you have to head into this area, you may want to figure out a different route or maybe not even come into the area, maybe go somewhere else for the night. We're hearing a siren coming up Highway 38. We're not sure what that siren is. I'm taking a look. It looks like it's a fire vehicle that is heading up here. That's a fire vehicle heading up Highway 38 running code blue, so it's going to get very loud here as it's going to be heading to that fire. Looks like this is a fire vehicle out of the Mentone area. I can't be sure. It looks like a Engine 9, San Bernardino County, heading up to Highway 38, running code, obviously probably trying to get to that fire up there in the mountains. So this is kind of the latest situation here on the ground. As I mentioned, Caltrans says that Highway 38 will be closed for the duration. Anyone that lives in that area may not be able to get home for some time tonight. Reporting live here, back to you in studio.
Leticia, thank you very much. So Highway 38 remains closed for the time being, but Highway 330 and Highway 18 have reopened. And we saw earlier today that they weren't letting anybody off those roads and down the mountain without a thorough check. But since then, since they've confirmed that that cabin runs along 38 and they have their person, 38 is the only one that remains closed now.
Yeah, as Leticia reported, that's the only way in and out of the area, so they're going to keep that closed for right now. And then, as we just saw, a fire truck rushing by Leticia Juarez, allegedly, or we assume, on the way to this cabin, although it's probably not deemed safe yet, but they'll probably put him on a standby mode. When they deem it safe, then he can move in and put the fire out. These are live pictures from Air 7 HD. That plume, this is video now of Air 7 HD. That plume of smoke, when it first started, you could see it on the treetops. And then this is a live picture. Those flames are real. Sorry about that. There you go. A live picture giving you some perspective of where it is in the canyon there. and where this cabin is sitting in the midst of all those trees.
Yeah, 38 and Glass Road, about 5 to 10 miles south of San Bernardino.
Bill Thomas is standing by in Air 7 HD. He has arrived on the scene with the other Air 7 HD. Hey, Bill.
Afternoon, David. Yeah, we're looking at that cabin that caught fire. We're not sure exactly what caused the fire I'm not sure what caused the fire, but clearly you can see it's engulfed in flames. Now, the picture you're looking at is from a bit of a distance, and Air 7 HD is at 10,500 feet. This entire area near Big Bear Airport has a 5-mile TFR, a temporary flight restricted area, so we have to stay out of the way to give law enforcement plenty of room to get their job done. As you can see from that shot, we can't see any law enforcement, any firefighters. Fortunately, it's very chilly at 10,500 feet, 8 degrees below zero, and probably 32 degrees Fahrenheit on the ground right now, but not a windy situation, so it's not going to cause a forest fire. Fortunately, it looks like firefighters are going to let this thing just burn out, and then at one point when law enforcement officers deem the situation safe, they'll move into that cabin and see if their suspect, ex-LAPD Christopher Dorner, is still there. Coming around the mountain now, we'll be right back to that shot in just a bit. You can't see that black smoke, though, rising up from that canyon. This cabin that caught fire is about, I'd estimate, 5 to 7 miles south of Big Bear Airport. It's a very rural area, very difficult area to get to. I believe the name of the road is 7 Oaks Road at Glass Road. Not sure how this individual found himself in this home, but as you've heard by now, there have been a couple of shootouts today. We did hear, David, that one person in law enforcement was killed as a result of that shootout. So the investigation continues here. It's probably still too dangerous until they've got eyes on their suspect to move into the cabin. They'll wait till this thing just burns itself all the way down to the ground. And then at one point, they'll see if their suspect is still there. SWAT officers are here. We imagine they'll be moving in shortly. I can't see Highway 38 just off to my left. I've got that huge command post, dozens and dozens of officers. Highway 38 not passable into or out of the Big Bear area. We landed at Big Bear Airport a short while ago to take on fuel. There are dozens of law enforcement officers up there. And very interesting, David, I talked to one person in law enforcement up there. He was from the LAPD, flew his helicopter in. He was telling me all the gloves are off. There are no zip codes. Everybody, every law enforcement agency, they're all working side by side, and they want to do everything to get this guy either in custody, off this mountain, to make the situation safe for everybody, not only in Big Bear, but throughout the entire region. We'll keep the helicopter overhead, keep you updated on the progress of that cabin fire. And live from Air 7 HD, I'm Bill Thomas, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Bill, earlier today we had a number of people calling us, letting us know that they're seeing a tremendous amount of law enforcement on the way up the mountain, from CHP officers to undercover officers. We've heard confirmation that the LAPD was on standby. Their SWAT team was on standby. Of course, Riverside and San Bernardino, they're up there as well. The FBI is up there. So, as you said, a tremendous amount of law enforcement are in position. And when this suspect was spotted earlier today, midday today, there was a very fast response, and that's how they were able to chase him down and track him into a cabin and know exactly where he was, because law enforcement was nearby.
And fortunately, the two women that he held hostage, one was able to escape and call and said he stole my vehicle. Otherwise, we may have never known where he was. He had been holed up in another cabin for a long time.
And somebody from California Department of Fish and Game, a warden, was the first person to spot the suspect and actually got in a shootout with the suspect. They apparently, the way it was described to us, were face-to-face in their vehicles. Both got out. Both exchanged gunfire. Luckily, the warden wasn't hit. We don't know if the suspect was hit. And at that point, it's still unclear to us whether that's the point where he abandoned his vehicle, or he may have gotten back into his vehicle and drove further and then got in another exchange of gunfire with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. That apparently happened near the cabin, or in the cabin that he's at right now, and that's where one of the sheriff's deputies was killed. Another one was wounded. So these are live pictures from Air 7 HD where we are watching the flames from a fire that started in this cabin. I guess the fire started about a half an hour ago. One single gunshot was heard from inside the cabin, and a few minutes later, a lot of explosions and apparently ammunition going off within the fire.
And we do have Robert Olguin, who's been at Loma Linda Medical Center with the condition of the second officer. Robert?
Yeah, we're still waiting for word on the condition of the second officer, but by all accounts, at least from what we heard from the sheriff earlier today, he is expected to do fine, that he received non-life-threatening wounds. But of course, the very sad news out here is that one deputy was fatally shot in that exchange of gunfire with what authorities believe to be Christopher Dorner. Now, the way that it broke down, according to the news conference that was held here just a little while ago, was that sheriff's deputies from San Bernardino were responding to reports of a stolen vehicle. They gave chase. According to the sheriff, then Dorner crashed the car and ran into the forest. The deputies then gave chase on foot and opened fire. There was an exchange of gunfire there, and that's when one of the deputies was fatally shot. Dorner then expected to run, they said, then ran into the cabin where presumably he's holed up now where the fire is burning now. This was right off of Highway 38. And it happened in a matter of moments, according to some Sheriff's Department officials that were out here earlier today. No word on any terms of identity, in terms of age, or how long they were with the force, or anything about any specifics regarding the two deputies involved in that firefight, only that one of them did die. And it sort of confirmed our feeling that we had out here earlier, which the mood had changed significantly out here. We have some video of the helicopters landing. Maybe we can roll some of that. Both of them were airlifted to this facility here, which is a level 1 trauma center. Some of the more seriously injured people in the area brought to this facility here at Loma Linda. And they were both transported by air. One of the deputies died here at the hospital, according to a Sheriff's Department spokesperson here for San Bernardino. Again, the other deputy was wounded, but he is expected to be okay. He also arrived by air transport. Both those air transports then left and went back to the scene in case they were needed back at the scene in case anyone else was injured. But that's the very latest here. We're waiting to get some more updates in terms of perhaps some more specifics on the fallen officer. Right now, a spokeswoman tells us that this is a very sad, of course, very emotional scene. A lot of personnel from the Sheriff's Department showing up here at the hospital, and one of the things that was mentioned is that law enforcement is a brotherhood and that they're all mourning together here because very tight-knit communities, another thing that was mentioned here. So right now, primarily what you see at the hospital, of course, is cars and deputies and officials that work with the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, but other law enforcement agencies expected to arrive and lend support here as well. So that's the very latest here from Loma Linda. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Robert, certainly tragic news. Let's go back to Bill Thomas, who's been over the scene in Air 7 HD. Bill?
This is a relentless fire. It just will not die down on its own. We're over the 40,000 block. This is the 40,000 block of Seven Oaks Road. This is an area called Barton Flats in the San Bernardino National Forest up in the mountains. Locals here know it pretty well. It sits about 5 to 7 miles south of the Big Bear Lake. A very difficult area to get to, very rural area. I'm really surprised law enforcement officers, they were able to track their suspect to this home. Actually, it's unconfirmed. No one's, I don't believe anyone's had their eyes on that suspect just yet. Not sure how that fire broke out, but as you can see, that cabin, it will burn to the ground. We got to give you this picture from a bit of a distance and from a high altitude as well. We're at 10,500 feet. The area over that burning house is flight restricted. Within 5 miles of that area, we can't fly inside that zone. So you'll notice the shot looks like it's a little bit long, and it is, from about 5 miles out and from a higher altitude as well. Deputies, firefighters, they are standing by. The weight of this thing just pretty much puts itself out. They can't move in just yet. There has been reports of ammunition exploding in that home, so it's just not safe. They'll have to wait till the fire is done, and then they'll move in at one point. We're getting information as well that Sheriff's Rescue Helicopter AR-5, Air Rescue 5, that enormous Sikorsky helicopter, it's inbound right now from the San Bernardino airport, which is about a 10, maybe 15-minute flight time, and as many as 13 additional deputies on board there. They'll fly in, most likely find a landing zone near this cabin that's burning to the ground, land, and they'll work on their game plan as to exactly when they'll move in and see if their suspect is in that cabin, dead or alive. They can't make any assumptions right now. There could be crawl spaces in that cabin. There could have been exits somehow, although we understand the cabin has been surrounded on all sides for quite some time. They've got to take no chances, wait till it burns itself out, and then when they deem it safe, SWAT officers, sheriff's deputies, and a variety of law enforcement personnel, they will move in and try to find their suspect either dead or alive. David and Ellen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that Sikorsky helicopter is carrying, whose team that is, and what their specialty is, because clearly they have a lot of SWAT officers on the scene right now. It's progressing quickly. Perhaps they'll come in with a specially trained K-9 unit or maybe something like that, but it might be a specialty crew that's coming in, and who knows what department, because so many departments have been set up to respond to this situation. LAPD confirming that their SWAT team was prepared and ready to go, but had not been called in. We don't know yet about LA County Sheriff's Department and their SAB crew on whether or not they moved in. But as we pointed out earlier, a number of law enforcement entities are there lending a hand. In fact, it was California Fish and Game that got in the first exchange of gunfire. We don't report that often about that entity getting into a gunfire with wanted murder suspects, but it does happen. They're prepared for it. They were today, and that was initially what started this gunfire and the violent confrontations, one of two confrontations that happened earlier this afternoon, the result of which we know at least one person is dead. and we'll continue to update you on that situation. Bill Thomas remains over the scene in Air 7 HD, watching this fire burn. Bill, any new observations?
Not just yet, David. I'm looking off to the south. We'll keep the camera on that cabin fire. I'm looking off to the south to look for the San Bernardino International Airport. That's where that Sikorsky helicopter is inbound with what we understand are 13 troops. We don't know if they're sheriff's deputies. They could be SWAT officers. They could be special troops. Could be K-9 unit. We don't know exactly who's on board, but clearly additional troops are being brought in. And there are literally dozens and dozens of law enforcement officers, not only in Big Bear City, at the Big Bear Airport, off of Highway 38 at an enormous command post, a number of law enforcement officials here at the cabin fire, which we can't see because we're 5 miles out. We don't want to give away their positions just in case they're suspects. We believe to be that ex-LAPD officer, Christopher Dorner, may still be inside that cabin. If he has any way to see our signal, we don't want to give away positions of law enforcement officers. That would certainly compromise their situation this afternoon. So we're keeping the picture 5 miles out, 10,500 feet up. On the ground right now in this area, this is called Barton Flats up in the San Bernardino Mountains. It's about 32 degrees on the ground, substantially colder at our altitude. We are 10,500 feet, and the air will cool the higher we go. But on the ground, it's going to be a chore for not only law enforcement officers, firefighters as well. We are very fortunate this afternoon. This area gets some notorious winds during the Santa Ana wind season. The winds right now, fortunately, very calm because that could turn this into an enormous brush fire. Fortunately, it looks like the fire is confined to just that one property. Properties up here are very spread out. They don't have tracked areas. Once again, we'll watch that fire. We'll watch that home burn to the ground, and we'll keep you updated from the helicopter. Live from Air 7 HD, Bill Thomas reporting, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Bill Thomas, thank you very much. This is Eyewitness News at 5. I'm Mark Brown, along with Michelle Tuzzi. You are watching live coverage of the shootout and continuing violence in the ongoing saga of Christopher Dorner. Let's hear now from Cindy Bachman from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
Immediately, all available law enforcement on the mountain and other units from down the hill began to surround the area. Our air units were up. They located the vehicle. The suspect that was driving the vehicle abandoned the vehicle and fled on foot into the forest. He barricaded himself in a cabin. At that time, there was an exchange of gunfire between the law enforcement personnel outside of the cabin and the subject inside. During that gunfight, a deputy sheriff, 2 deputy sheriffs were shot. One of them died after being taken to Loma Linda. The second deputy is currently in surgery and is expected to survive. The deputies that were shot were a part of the search efforts to find Dorner. The second deputy is in surgery.
The house is burning quite significantly. It doesn't seem that anybody could survive in there. How soon before they go in and confirm whether he is in there or
I don't know how soon that'll be. Probably when it's safe to do so.
Is it an abandoned cabin or it's actually an occupied cabin?
They believe, I think that it was a rental and that there was no one there.
But how sure can you be? How secure is the area around that house? How well were your helicopters watching the area while he was in there and this was playing out? How sure are you?
I can't answer that right now.
Was still in there.
Can you answer who started the blaze?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I found out just when I arrived that the cabin was on fire.
Just to confirm, there has been no further gunfire from the home since that fire.
It's my understanding that since the fire began at the cabin, there has been no other gunfire.
And what can you tell the residents of Big Bear and the surrounding area at the moment as the sun is about to set? Is this guy still on the loose?
I can't answer that for you.
But it's a possibility.
What do you want me to do?
Cindy, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Cindy.
The roads are going to stay closed, I would say, for at least a few hours, probably longer.
So you heard it, Cindy Bachman here with.
All right, we've just listened to Cindy Bachman with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, basically going through the timeline of today's events and confirming that one sheriff's deputy was killed today in a shootout that allegedly took place with murder suspect Christopher Dorner. This all began about 12:22 this afternoon when the sheriff's office received a call of a stolen vehicle in the 1200 block of Club View Drive near Big Bear. authorities conducted a search and they spotted that vehicle at Highway 38 and Glass Road. That is where the suspect abandoned the vehicle and fled into the forest and entered a cabin on the 4000 block of 7 Oaks Road. This is in the Angeles Oaks area, and this is the area that we are seeing now from these live pictures from Air 7 HD. A fire broke out in that cabin a little after 4 o'clock, and this is the situation that we are dealing with now. Gunfire was reported at this location, and a single gunshot was also heard shortly after that fire began. Let's go up to Bill Thomas now. He's in Air 7 HD with more. Bill.
Yeah, a lot of these older cabins, they're built with some real solid wood. This thing could burn for quite some time. It's showing no signs of slowing down, and we can't get too close to it. We're looking at a bit of a distance. The picture can be a little fuzzy at times. Just a reminder, it's a flight-restricted area. We don't want to give away positions of law enforcement officers, SWAT officers, so we're keeping the shot from 5 miles out, 10,500 feet up. So it might look like a bit of a long shot, and it is, but that's for everyone's safety. Pardon that shot there with the camera. It's acting up because we are flying through what's referred to as freezing temperatures, so the camera will act up every now and again. There's that shot once again. That cabin continues to burn, and even when the flames die down, it will continue to smolder, and there could be a possibility of other problems in that cabin. There were information from law enforcement officers on the ground when the fire broke out. In addition to that one gunshot they say they heard, they also heard some other ammunition going off, so it's not going to be safe to enter that until they get some water on it, get eyes on that suspect to find out exactly where he's at. They are flying in additional resources, additional deputies, or perhaps SWAT officers, maybe even a K-9 unit, police dogs, from the San Bernardino Airport, which is about 10, 12-minute flight time. They'll be here shortly. We think they're going to land at a position that's very close to that cabin, offload the crews, and then work together to find out exactly when and how they're going to enter what's left of that cabin. And now with each passing minute, this is as tight as we can get. You'll still see some black smoke, some lingering white smoke as well, but it appears as though the flames are dying down. We don't believe firefighters are putting water on it. I think firefighters, for their safety, are probably holding out right now and watching nearby structures, if there are any, to make sure the flames don't spread to any other structures or to the brush and the trees in the area, but it appears to be confined to that one structure for now. Live from Air 7 HD, Bill Thomas reporting, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. Reports, of course, of ammunition cooking off in the fire, and don't forget, in his manifesto, if this is Dorner, and it seems to indicate that it is, that he talked about explosives capabilities as well. Not sure if that's something that's involved in their thinking here in terms of keeping firefighters back, but they are staying back at the moment. We have our Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan. He is live near where this is all happening. He is near Barton Flats with the latest from there. Rob?
Well, first off, Mark, we're about 2.5 miles east of the intersection of Glass Road and Highway 38. That's where this is all happening. So as far as the crow flies, we're probably about 3 to 4 miles away. We don't see any smoke from this. From our vantage point here, we have not heard any of the gunshots, but as we watch this cabin continue to be engulfed in flames with smoke billowing from the top of the air, one of the things that we continue to think about and that law enforcement continues to think about is Christopher Dorner, in fact, inside that cabin. It's presumably been surrounded ever since he bursted into that cabin. There was a gunfight between presumably Christopher Dorner and law enforcement at that cabin, and it's been surrounded ever since. But as we've seen all along through this story, Dorner has proven to be very elusive. He did, of course, get into a gunfight with those LAPD officers in Corona last Thursday, got away from that. He gunned down 2 Riverside police officers, one of whom died. He got away from that. And now we have the situation here. All day long we've been watching these CHP officers who've closed off the highway here with their hands on their rifles at times, and at other times with their binoculars, scanning the forest all around us. Because again, that was one of the reasons why the highways up here were all closed. They just did not know for sure that Christopher Dorner was still in that cabin. Now, something else that one of my sources has been speculating, you recall that Dorner bought some scuba gear. That was one of the last pictures we saw of him via surveillance video. Well, scuba gear, if used properly, can help protect someone from smoke inhalation. Can't do anything as far as the heat goes, but it can protect the suspect, if he is still alive inside that house, from smoke inhalation. Now let's show you some video we shot earlier today in the city of Arrowbear. We're going to try to set the scene here as to what led up before all of this late this afternoon. There were a number of sheriff's deputies and U.S. Marshals who were going to be clearing a cabin there. Perhaps they thought it might be a cabin in that area where Dorner was holed up. Well, they cleared the scene, and quickly, all of the vehicles left Code 3 lights and sirens. This was around 12:15, 12:20, about the same time that a vehicle theft was reported out of the Big Bear area. As we were headed to that location, Glass Road and Highway 38, where apparently the stolen vehicle had been
Okay, Chris Salizza, where are you? Oh, we still have time, though. They got us here way early.
Let's see here what's happening.
These things look more like robots than cameras.
Yeah, yeah. And this one, the tilt just broke on it, so we have to send it out.
I should have brought my phone too.
I mean, Ted Nugent, really?
and welcome to the Washington Post pre-game, pre-speech coverage of President Obama's fourth technical State of the Union address. He has addressed Congress 5 times in his presidency, but you do not give a State of the Union address in your first year in office. Now that we've gotten that nerdy point out of the way, let me introduce... Well, let me introduce you before you start correcting me. Jeez, golly. Karen Tumulty, Washington Post reporter and fact checker of me. That's why she's here. And Jonathan Capehart, the best dressed man in Washington and also a member of the Washington Post editorial board.
Yes, that's the most important piece.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think the most well-dressed person is the most important piece. It is to me. All right, so let's start with something that I never thought we would start with, which is, before I came over here, and I'm sure before you guys came over here, I was flipping through the channels, and what was on? This manhunt for Chris Dorner, former California, LA police officer, seemingly holed up in a cabin. I mean, this is
after a shootout with cops.
Right, after a shootout with cops that we believe left at least one of those police officers dead, the other in surgery, expected to recover. John, this is, we always talk about sort of split screen America and our divided attention, all this. This is a very real world situation here that drives news, maybe not to those people in the room right now in the House, but for the average American, they're probably paying more attention. Does President Obama mention it?
No.
Does he doesn't,
No.
right? Too many moving parts.
Too many moving parts. And it's an ongoing story. I mean, why step into something where you don't know all the facts?
But you could have a literal split screen, as Bill Clinton did in 1997 when the O.J. civil verdict happened right during the State of the Union address, and all the networks went to a literal split screen.
Which is a remarkable thing in this day and age. This is sort of one of the big political events of the year.
Right. I mean, I come in. I mean, this is my Super Bowl. Forget about what happened a couple of weeks ago. And I come in and I turn on our favorite channel, and I'm waiting to see what you can see on other channels of the people streaming into the hall.
Other than MSNBC.
Yes, there are.
I don't.
But they're covering Dorner, and not in a split screen kind of way, but full on, cabin on fire, everything.
Well, it's a fascinating story in and of itself. And I just wonder, Karen, you think no way, right? No way he mentions this in any way, shape, or form? The only thing I can think of is, does he say we pray for the victims, or does he acknowledge it?
No. The only thing is, there is a bit of a convergence here, because so many of the members of Congress have invited as their guests victims of gun violence. He is certainly going to talk about the gun issue in the speech. But I think when you have an event that is actually unfolding and you don't know how it's going to end, it's just too risky.
I totally agree. Why do it? Because if he says something and then it unfolds in a way we didn't expect, then all of a sudden it becomes the big story. Now let me ask this. We've talked about, I was talking about this morning with someone way prior to this, the whole Chris Dorner thing happening, that the State of the Union, how big of a deal is it? Can you really command people's attention? Do you get a bounce off of it? Is it a big speech, Karen? Will people pay attention? And let me add to that, how much does what's going on in Big Bear, California impact that equation?
Well, I think that if the inaugural address is poetry, it summons us all to a national sense of purpose. The State of the Union is prose. It's basically a list of agenda items and set in priorities that people can kind of check off progress as the year goes on. It's in the excerpts that we've seen tonight, the president mentioned several times the unfinished business. I mean, this is a very, sort of prosaic kind of exercise. It almost never does much to move a president's.
So what is the point, Jonathan? I mean, I don't want to driving away viewers by the second, but what is the point here? Why do we do this? Why do we cover it? You can see behind us there's a giant newsroom of people all here, most of whom are here to cover this. Why?
Well, we cover it because it's the president's yearly duty. It's the president coming before the nation. The one time when we think and he hopes that the American people will sit in front of a television or in front of a radio, in front of their computer screen, and listen to what he has to say, because the other days of the year they couldn't care less what's happening about what's happening here in Washington. And so that's why there's that laundry list effect. He wants to make sure that everyone knows
get
it all out, and he's juggling all these balls are in the air, and that he's paying attention.
It's the one time of the year when everything's set in front of people in one spot.
is there a reasonable expectation that a few, most of these things get done? And I say not a reasonable expectation on our part, because I think we don't, but we know that most of these things won't get done if history is a guide. But when the president puts his speech together, does he say, well, we'll mention this, never going to happen? I mean, how do you come up with what you include and what you don't include? We know it's an age-old story in Washington, that sort of the fight to get a sentence included. But how do you, if you're President Obama, conceptualize, okay, most people are going to dismiss a fair number of this. Here, how do you package what matters and what doesn't?
For most of these agenda items, we know what they are going to be because
Right.
we've heard them in 4 previous addresses to Congress. And the fact that we hear the exact same things year after year after year suggests that they either don't get done or, they get done incrementally.
Piecemeal. It's like infrastructure.
Right.
The setting up of the infrastructure bank.
Green jobs.
But remember, if you read all of President Obama's speeches, including the ones he gave when he was a senator, and especially the one he gave as a state senator, the keynote address at the 2004 Democratic Nominating Convention, this is a guy, when he gives a speech and he says things, he means it. So while we might think that he's giving the speech and he's just throwing these things out there and then he'll forget about them, I think if we hear a lot of repetition from the president, it's because he's a far-reaching, far-thinking, long-term thinking president. And so, as Karen said, he's talked about a lot of these things over and over and over again because they require incremental change.
Right.
And when you have a recalcitrant Republican opposition, you're going to have to keep going back to these things, but also because a lot of the things that he's pushing are long-term things. They require more than one term, possibly more than 2 terms.
Now let me talk about, and the president and his senior officials have put it in these terms. They've said this is the second act, their words, of sort of a play. The first act being the inaugural speech. Now, Jonathan, you and I were here a couple weeks ago talking about the inaugural speech. I think we were both somewhat surprised. I'll speak for myself. I was somewhat surprised by the tone, by what was in it. Do we expect, because to Karen's point, typically the inaugural speech is the 50,000 foot and the State of the Union is the 50 feet speech. But he did go into some specifics, gay marriage, immigration, climate, he mentioned in there.
Entitlements, even.
And in an aggressive way. So this is how it's going to be. I won. So he never said those words, but he meant
that was the tone.
If this is the second act of that play, is it, second verse, same as the first, or is there something different here? And I don't mean different in sort of policy. I mean different in tone that we expect.
I think we're going to see the same sort of aggressive president that we saw in the inaugural, but who we have seen since Election Day.
Absolutely.
I mean, you remember an election night when he walked out onto the stage to give his victory speech, there was you could see it, a visible sense of relief on his face that this was over. And ever since then, it's morphed from relief to, I got this.
And you know what's interesting, Karen? I want to get your take on this because you've watched a lot of these elections come and go. The thing that I'm always struck by is when President Obama speaks tonight, he's one of the only people in that crowd of 535, not counting the cabinet officials and not counting the Supreme Court, but of the elected officials, who never has to worry about getting reelected to anything else again. How is what he wants different from what he can get, which is they focus a lot on Republicans and the blocks Republicans have put in place in the House, but on something like guns, which is, if it's not the center of the speech in terms of words devoted, it's probably the emotional center because of what you talked about. You're going to have Gabby Giffords, you're going to have Newtown victims, the victim of the Chicago shooting. The gun issue, at least in the Senate, you've got a lot of moderate to conservative Democrats in red states, South Dakota, Montana, Louisiana, Arkansas. How do you meld that difference? Because that isn't a Democratic-Republican issue. That is President Obama and his own party and just a difference in kind in needing to get reelected and not.
He is going to have to be very, very careful how he characterizes the opponents to some of these measures, not the background checks, but the assault weapons ban, for instance, because if he demonizes them too much, he is going to be demonizing a number of Democratic senators who are up for re-election this year. I think that the big difference now is this is all about his legacy. And so something like immigration reform is very much how he wants to be remembered, and I think you're going to that's how he's going to frame this.
And I just want to remind people, you're looking live. That is the House chamber. There's Elliot Engel of New York, who's most well-known, I'm not kidding, folks, most well-known in Congress for being one of the guys who waits 6 or 7 hours to get a seat where he can shake the president's hand. He says his constituents love it. They see him. When he sees them in the district, they say, hey, I saw you on TV shaking President Obama's hand. He represents a very Democratic district in New York, so that's a good thing if you're Elliot Engel. So we were looking live as the cabinet officials, Supreme Court, various luminaries file in. Jonathan, I want to ask you on guns. Where, if you're President Obama, Karen mentioned it's delicate, where do you go? I think we're all wondering sort of, his proposal is out there. This is what the Biden Strike Force Task Force produced, a proposal assault weapons ban, banning high-capacity ammunition rounds, universal background checks. Does he go into specifics? You know, you have such an the emotional response in the country kind of wanting to unite behind this terrible tragedy in Connecticut. Do you go into specifics that you know for a fact immediately divide the people you're speaking to?
Well, we're about to find out, but I think that what the president will do is go for the emotional core of the issue, which is why, Gabby Giffords is there, the young woman from Chicago who was killed, her family is in the box with the First Lady. There are a number of people the president can point to, and just mentioning it, and the cameras will go. I don't think Gabby Giffords isn't in the First Lady's box, but she's there.
They'll know
the moment they talk about gun
Right.
violence, the camera will go there. And so I think that's primarily what the president is going to try to do.
So they are now introducing the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court. Obviously, we know, I believe it's the 2010 State of the Union where President Obama mentioned Citizens United, the Supreme Court ruling regarding campaign finance, where you had Samuel Alito mouth simply not true, sort of a landmark moment. Folks, these speeches do tend to be somewhat devoid of big news. That, however, was a giant news story. Karen, one thing I do want to ask you about, the theatrics of all of this. From the shots of John Boehner grimacing to Joe Biden smiling and looking down, checking his phone, whatever he's doing when he's doing that, to the half the crowd standing up when Democrats standing up and Republicans sitting on their hands on certain proposals. At least part of this is sort of performance art, is it not?
It is, and I think more so with everyone. Now, here's one problem, though, with the performance art. Usually, if there is something memorable to a State of the Union speech, it's because of one of these moments, like with the Supreme Court, or because somebody screwed up. And so
it's a sort of a net neutral or a there's no good outcome. I would actually say, folks, let me just remind you, the president is expected to speak shortly after 9 p.m. We expect him to speak for about an hour. Soon after that, Marco Rubio, who is the sort of the hotshot Florida Republican senator, will deliver the Republican response. And then we will be back, Jonathan, Karen, and myself will be back with a little post-game analysis of what we all saw. But quickly, Jonathan, on Rubio, while we have a minute, this is a big stage for him. I mean, he spoke to the Republican National Convention. He had the, I don't know what it is, honor of speaking right after Clint Eastwood. I don't know.
Remember that, Karen? You and I were next to each other.
I don't know how to make it good.
It was a horrible mistake because Karen and I were sitting next to each other. The chair thing happened. Rubio's people did something very smart. They handed out his speech, but then they hung around. I watched. They stayed to listen to us talk about the speech, and what ended up happening was Rubio spoke, but we were still laughing at tweets about Clint Eastwood's chair.
He has a charisma. I was speaking of charisma. There, you're seeing a picture of Michelle Obama.
Sleeveless again.
Yes,
that's
showing off the guns.
You're gonna see that talked about tomorrow.
Talk about someone who kind of charismatic and someone who was a story out of the conventions. Michelle Obama, her speech. And here is the cabinet, the president's cabinet. Now, devoid of the most famous cabinet member, obviously Hillary Clinton, no longer Secretary of State. In fact, there we go. Nice timing. Thank you, John Kerry, for being first in line. I appreciate that. There's John Kerry, former Massachusetts Senator, now the Secretary of State. Right behind him is Leon Panetta, who is on his way out as Secretary of Defense. Obviously, Chuck Hagel, the former Nebraska Republican senator. made it through the Senate Armed Services Committee, today by a 14-11 party line vote. He will be voted on, his confirmation will be voted on later, maybe this week, to see if he will replace Leon Panetta. But I think a reminder in some ways, guys, of that this is a night where we sort of honor the institution of Congress, we honor the presidency, but at the same time, just huge underlying
One guy missing.
Yes, I was going to say, one guy missing.
Stephen Chu, the outgoing Department Secretary of Energy.
Yep.
Fascinating, an academic, and for folks who don't know, because not everyone is as into State of the Union miscellaneous as the three of us are, one member of the cabinet always stays behind sort of a doomsday scenario for continuity.
If something bad were to happen, we would become a nerdocracy.
Right. Well, I always remind people that in Battlestar Galactica, one of my favorite shows, the Secretary of Education wound up becoming the President of the United States. Talk about going deep into nerdom.
That's deep
I've
nerd.
combined sci-fi and politics. It's really bad. So, folks, again, we're just waiting. President Obama expected to speak very shortly. There you see Lindsey Graham and John McCain greeting Leon Panetta. Those are two people who are not fans of Chuck Hagel as his replacement.
Next to John McCain, I believe that's Kirsten Gillibrand.
I think you're right.
Senator
Kirsten
from New York,
Gillibrand, who
junior
was
senator from New
appointed
York.
to take the seat of Hillary Clinton in the Senate, and is someone who's talked about that if Hillary Clinton doesn't run for president, she might. Again, Michelle Obama, as we've talked about, the one of the big stories. I want you to explain this, Karen, while we have a minute. Why are the people? I found this totally fascinating. Why are the people who sit in the First Lady's box referred to as the Skutniks?
Because back during the first time this ever happened was back during the Reagan presidency. And they had never done that, point to somebody in the audience thing, but there was a guy named Lenny Skutnik who was a huge hero in Washington because when an airplane crashed into the 14th Street Bridge, he had dived into the water
and it was freezing, it was in the winter, it was...
And so Reagan pointed to him during the speech, and that's the point at which this became known as the hero box. I mean, you fill it with national heroes.
It's so fascinating because I think for people who are relatively new to all this, you think, well, that's always been the case. In fact, it hasn't always been the case since the 80s. I mean, in politics, that's relatively recent. And not terribly surprising, I guess, Jonathan, that Ronald Reagan, I believe it was Mike Deaver, Ronald Reagan's sort of political Svengali, who came up with the idea, but Ronald Reagan was very good at understanding how to kind of communicate with regular folks.
Everybody's doing it. Last week at Eric Cantor's speech, where he was he was laying out his Republican agenda, he had salted the audience with heroic stories and this was just at the American Enterprise Institute.
And remember Governor Bob McDonnell, when he gave a response and said he had people standing behind him.
It was like a theater in the round kind of. Right. And
to get back to Marco Rubio, who will be giving the Republican response to the State of the Union, as we all know, following the President of the United States, no matter who he is incredibly tough. And we've seen one Republican after another go down in a ball of flames or trying to be presidential and failing miserably. And most famously, Bobby Jindal.
Right, Bobby Jindal is the best example. I would say, though, it is actually, going down in flames and trying to respond to the president is actually, I think, somewhat bipartisan. Because I remember Kathleen Sebelius, who at the time was the governor of Kansas, and seen as kind of a rising star, which she became, she's a member of the cabinet, trying to respond to George W. Bush, same kind of, it's just difficult. Number one, the speech starts at 9 p.m. on the East Coast. By the time the president's done, it's after 10. You're sandwiched in, you have 10 to 12 to 15 minutes to respond. You're not the president of the United States. So, I mean, and that's the other thing I think with Marco Rubio is this is not easy, right, Karen?
But the Republicans the last few times in a row have picked these kind of wonky, technocratic types.
Right, McDonnell, Jindal, right.
Yeah, and Mitch Daniels. This time they're going for sizzle. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan. Sure.
Part of the problem, though, with the response is that they're always canned.
Right, you're not even responding.
They've responding to what the president has said, and
right.
so there's always this tonal clash. The president could have given this great, lofty, let's come together, kumbaya, America speech, and then the Republican comes out and says the president is bad, the president's a liar, the president's leading us to hell.
Although I'm not betting on kumbaya this year.
Oh, no. True.
Although, what's interesting, the excerpts, at least, of Rubio's speech, and that doesn't mean, the excerpts could be the one paragraph where he mentions this, but in the excerpts, There's some tough language, but there's also, I believe that Democrats and Republicans have more in common than we have, I'm paraphrasing, have more in common than we disagree on, and we can come together. And Rubio has made a big bet on immigration
And
reform.
by the way,
I
this
mean,
speech will also be in Spanish, don't
right.
forget.
I mean, this is a guy, immigration reform is not exactly popular still within the Republican base. It's sort of an acknowledgement within the Republican establishment, look, we have to find a way to get right on this. But I always say to people, look, in 2008, John McCain abandoned comprehensive immigration reform because he thought it was going to cost him the nomination. In 2012, Mitt Romney was his solution to the immigration problem was self-deportation. That's less than a year ago. So this is a risk, I think, for Rubio. I'm interested to see how much he talks about immigration and how much he sort of tells his story. My guess is it's probably pretty story-heavy because most people don't know the story as well as we do. We're still waiting. This meet and greet process takes quite a long time. When I first covered the House and Senate, I was always amazed, especially in the Senate, how clubby the institution is. You think that these people loathe one another, and maybe they do, but they're good at faking it. They're good at faking it. So you're seeing everybody sort of process in here, and President Obama, I believe, after the cabinet is next. So I'm going to take a quick look at the old phone. 9:06. The president is slightly late.
It was
network executives everywhere bite their nails and say, "Wait, opening's done by 10."
But wasn't it 2 years ago where everybody took a bipartisan prom date and they all showed up in bipartisan?
That's right. It was after. So Gabrielle Giffords, who, as we've mentioned, will be in the audience tonight, former congresswoman from the Tucson area in Arizona, had been doing an event, a congressional sort of event in Tucson, and there was an attempted assassination by a man named Jared Loughner. That had happened less than a month, I believe, before the State of the Union, and there was this idea that, okay, let's, in support of Gabby, let's sort of come together. That's gone out the window at this point. You see, most of these people are.
Well, but remember, Kirsten Gillibrand and John McCain are sitting together, and there are other people. Another thing to point out, though, the clubby atmosphere is enhanced by the fact that while on television, the House chamber looks enormous.
Yeah.
When in reality, it's not, and so people,
you're
sort of packed up against each other.
The cabinet,
right?
The diplomatic corps, the Supreme Court, and all the senators.
But I must say,
and the diplomatic corps.
Right. I mean,
well, the
a lot of
diplomatic corps, though, I'm kind of missing because often you have these African and Middle Eastern ambassadors show up in their native garb, and I don't see any of that this year. And always. Oh, wait, no.
No.
I was hoping.
They're tucked off to the side.
Another thing that I find fascinating about all of this is just the sort of behind the scenes is that there are no assigned seats. So it's sort of like it's pell-mell, free-for-all. Now, as I said, a lot of people like Elliot Engel from New York do get there hours early. Sheila Jackson Lee of the Houston area in Texas is another. Right, the cabinet have a seat. The Supreme Court, it wouldn't do well for the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to be standing way in the back. But for most of these members, these are just benches that you sort of kind of happen into. So I actually think it might not be the worst thing in the world. If you've ever had to sit at one of those community tables at a restaurant where you don't really know people, it's a little awkward at first, but it gets slightly better. What I'm interested in too here is the effect social media has on all of this. Republicans have set out already. They have sort of a war room of sorts where they're going to be live responding to what the president says and live tweeting and tweets from the floor. And, at some point, and I'm as guilty as anyone about this, this is the longest I've gone without checking my Twitter feed in months. But at some point, did they listen to the speech?
I think they do, and it used to be they quit handing out the speeches in advance because the other side would plan all their sarcastic applause lines.
Right, I forgot about that.
So everybody's listening for the applause lines.
Right, no question. But, it is fascinating. I do think we all live in an age of kind of attention deficit, and a lot of these people, I think, you're getting constant. Oh, wait.
The President of the United States.
President of the United States. We will be back and after Marco Rubio, the Senator from Florida, delivers his response. For a little post-game after-action analysis. Enjoy the State of the Union.
you. Thank you. Do I give you treated right now? You do. Well, I think I got to make it. Trade you. Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Ken? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, everybody else. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, fellow Americans. 51 years ago, John F. Kennedy declared to this chamber that the Constitution makes us not rivals for power, but partners for progress. It is my task, he said, to report the State of the Union. To improve it is the task of us all. Tonight, thanks to the grit and determination of the American people, there is much progress to report. After a decade of grinding war, our brave men and women in uniform are coming home. After years of grueling recession, our businesses have created over 6 million new jobs. We buy more American cars than we have in 5 years, and less foreign oil than we have in 20. Our housing market is healing, our stock market is rebounding, and consumers, patients, and homeowners enjoy stronger protections than ever before. So, together, we have cleared away the rubble of crisis. And we can say with renewed confidence that the state of our union is stronger. But we gather here knowing that there are millions of Americans whose hard work and dedication have not yet been rewarded. Our economy is adding jobs, but too many people still can't find full-time employment. Corporate profits have skyrocketed to all-time highs, but for more than a decade, wages and incomes have barely budged. It is our generation's task, then, to reignite the true engine of America's economic growth, a rising, thriving middle class. It is our unfinished task to restore the basic bargain that built this country. The idea that if you work hard and meet your responsibilities, you can get ahead, no matter where you come from, no matter what you look like or who you love. It is our unfinished task to make sure that this government works on behalf of the many, and not just the few. That it encourages free enterprise, rewards individual initiative, and opens the doors of opportunity to every child across this great nation. The American people don't expect government to solve every problem. They don't expect those of us in this chamber to agree on every issue. But they do expect us to put the nation's interests before party. They do expect us to forge reasonable compromise where we can. For they know that America moves forward only when we do so together, and that the responsibility of improving this union remains the task of us all. Now, our work must begin by making some basic decisions about our budget, decisions that will have a huge impact on the strength of our recovery. Over the last few years, both parties have worked together to reduce the deficit by more than $2.5 trillion, mostly through spending cuts, but also by raising tax rates on the wealthiest 1% of Americans. As a result, we are more than halfway towards the goal of $4 trillion in deficit reduction that economists say we need to stabilize our finances. Now we need to finish the job. And the question is, how? In 2011, Congress passed a law saying that if both parties couldn't agree on a plan to reach our deficit goal, about $1 trillion worth of budget cuts would automatically go into effect this year. These sudden, harsh, arbitrary cuts would jeopardize our military readiness. They devastate priorities like education and energy and medical research. They would certainly slow our recovery and cost us hundreds of thousands of jobs. And that's why Democrats, Republicans, business leaders, and economists have already said that these cuts, known here in Washington as the sequester, are a really bad idea. Now, some in Congress have proposed preventing only the defense cuts by making even bigger cuts to things like education and job training, Medicare, and Social Security benefits. That idea is even worse. Yes, the biggest driver of our long-term debt is the rising cost of health care for an aging population. And those of us who care deeply about programs like Medicare must embrace the need for modest reforms. Otherwise, our retirement programs will crowd out the investments we need for our children and jeopardize the promise of a secure retirement for future generations. But we can't ask senior citizens and working families to shoulder the entire burden of deficit reduction while asking nothing more from the wealthiest and the most powerful. We won't grow the middle class simply by shifting the cost of health care or college onto families that are already struggling, or by forcing communities to lay off more teachers and more cops and more firefighters. Most Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, understand that we can't just cut our way to prosperity. They know that broad-based economic growth requires a balanced approach to deficit reduction, with spending cuts and revenue, and with everybody doing their fair share. And that's the approach I offer tonight. On Medicare, I'm prepared to enact reforms that will achieve the same amount of health care savings by the beginning of the next decade as the reforms proposed by the bipartisan Simpson-Bowles Commission. Already, the Affordable Care Act is helping to slow the growth of health care costs. And the reforms I'm proposing go even further. We'll reduce taxpayer subsidies to prescription drug companies and ask more from the wealthiest seniors. We'll bring down costs by changing the way our government pays for Medicare, because our medical bills shouldn't be based on the number of tests ordered or days spent in the hospital, They should be based on the quality of care that our seniors receive. And I am open to additional reforms from both parties, so long as they don't violate the guarantee of a secure retirement. Our government shouldn't make promises we cannot keep, but we must keep the promises we've already made. To hit the rest of our deficit reduction target, we should do what leaders in both parties have already suggested and save hundreds of billions of dollars by getting rid of tax loopholes and deductions for the well-off and the well-connected. After all, why would we choose to make deeper cuts to education and Medicare just to protect special interest tax breaks? How is that fair? Why is it that deficit reduction is a big emergency, justifying making cuts in Social Security benefits but not closing some loopholes? How does that promote growth? Now is our best chance for bipartisan, comprehensive tax reform that encourages job creation and helps bring down the deficit. We can get this done. The American people deserve a tax code that helps small businesses spend less time filling out complicated forms and more time expanding and hiring. A tax code that ensures billionaires with high-powered accountants can't work the system and pay a lower rate than their hard-working secretaries. A tax code that lowers incentives to move jobs overseas and lowers tax rates for businesses and manufacturers that are creating jobs right here in the United States of America. That's what tax reform can deliver. That's what we can do together. I realize that tax reform and entitlement reform will not be easy. The politics will be hard for both sides. None of us will get 100% of what we want. But the alternative will cost us jobs, hurt our economy, visit hardship on millions of hard-working Americans. So let's set party interests aside and work to pass a budget that replaces reckless cuts with smart savings and wise investments in our future. And let's do it without the brinksmanship that stresses consumers and scares off investors. The greatest nation on earth cannot keep conducting its business by drifting from one manufactured crisis to the next. We can't do it. Let's agree right here, right now, to keep the people's government open and pay our bills on time and always uphold the full faith and credit of the United States of America. The American people have worked too hard for too long, rebuilding from one crisis to see their elected officials cause another. Now, most of us agree that a plan to reduce the deficit must be part of our agenda. But let's be clear. Deficit reduction alone is not an economic plan. A growing economy that creates good middle-class jobs, that must be the North Star that guides our efforts. Every day, we should ask ourselves three questions as a nation. How do we attract more jobs to our shores? How do we equip our people with the skills they need to get those jobs? And how do we make sure that hard work leads to a decent living? A year and a half ago, I put forward an American Jobs Act that independent economists said would create more than 1 million new jobs. And I thank the last Congress for passing some of that agenda. I urge this Congress to pass the rest. But tonight I'll lay out additional proposals that are fully paid for and fully consistent with the budget framework both parties agreed to just 18 months ago. Let me repeat. Nothing I'm proposing tonight should increase our deficit by a single dime. It is not a bigger government we need, but a smarter government that sets priorities and invests in broad-based growth. That's what we should be looking for. Our first priority is making America a magnet for new jobs in manufacturing. After shedding jobs for more than 10 years, our manufacturers have added about 500,000 jobs over the past 3. Caterpillar is bringing jobs back from Japan. Ford is bringing jobs back from Mexico. And this year, Apple will start making Macs in America again. There are things we can do right now to accelerate this trend. Last year, we created our first Manufacturing Innovation Institute in Youngstown, Ohio. A once shuttered warehouse is now a state-of-the-art lab where new workers are mastering the 3D printing that has the potential to revolutionize the way we make almost everything. There's no reason this can't happen in other towns. So tonight, I'm announcing the launch of 3 more of these manufacturing hubs, where businesses will partner with the Department of Defense and Energy to turn regions left behind by globalization into global centers of high-tech jobs. And I ask this Congress to help create a network of 15 of these hubs and guarantee that the next revolution in manufacturing is made right here in America. We can get that done. Now, if we want to make the best products, we also have to invest in the best ideas. Every dollar we invested to map the human genome returned $140 to our economy. Every dollar. Today, our scientists are mapping the human brain to unlock the answers to Alzheimer's. They're developing drugs to regenerate damaged organs, devising new materials to make batteries 10 times more powerful. Now is not the time to gut these job-creating investments in science and innovation. Now is the time to reach a level of research and development not seen since the height of the space race. We need to make those investments. Today, no area holds more promise than our investments in American energy. After years of talking about it, we're finally poised to control our own energy future. We produce more oil at home than we have in 15 years. We have doubled the distance our cars will go on a gallon of gas and the amount of renewable energy we generate from sources like wind and solar, with tens of thousands of good American jobs to show for it. We produce more natural gas than ever before, and nearly everyone's energy bill is lower because of it. And over the last 4 years, our emissions of the dangerous carbon pollution that threatens our planet have actually fallen. But for the sake of our children and our future, we must do more to combat climate change. Now, it's true that no single event makes a trend. But the fact is, the 12 hottest years on record have all come in the last 15. Heat waves, droughts, wildfires, floods, all are now more frequent and more intense. We can choose to believe that Superstorm Sandy and and the most severe drought in decades, and the worst wildfires some states have ever seen were all just a freak coincidence. Or we can choose to believe in the overwhelming judgment of science and act before it's too late. Now, the good news is we can make meaningful progress on this issue while driving strong economic growth. I urge this Congress to get together, pursue a bipartisan market-based solution to climate change, like the one John McCain and Joe Lieberman worked on together a few years ago. But if Congress won't act soon to protect future generations, I will. I will direct my cabinet to come up with executive actions we can take now and in the future to reduce pollution, prepare our communities for the consequences of climate change, and speed the transition to more sustainable sources of energy. And 4 years ago, other countries dominated the clean energy market and the jobs that came with it. And we've begun to change that. Last year, wind energy added nearly half of all new power capacity in America. So let's generate even more. Solar energy gets cheaper by the year. Let's drive down costs even further. As long as countries like China keep going all in on clean energy, so must we. Now, in the meantime, the natural gas boom has led to cleaner power and greater energy independence. We need to encourage that. And that's why my administration will keep cutting red tape and speeding up new oil and gas permits. That's got to be part of an all-of-the-above plan. But I also want to work with this Congress to encourage the research and technology that helps natural gas burn even cleaner and protects our air and our water. In fact, much of our newfound energy is drawn from lands and waters that we, the public, own together. So tonight I propose we use some of our oil and gas revenues to fund an energy security trust that will drive new research and technology to shift our cars and trucks off oil for good. If a nonpartisan coalition of CEOs and retired generals and admirals can get behind this idea, then so can we. Let's take their advice and free our families and businesses from the painful spikes in gas prices we put up with for far too long. I'm also issuing a new goal for America. Let's cut in half the energy wasted by our homes and businesses over the next 20 years. We'll work with the states to do it. Those states with the best ideas to create jobs and lower energy bills by constructing more efficient buildings will receive federal support to help make that happen. America's energy sector is just one part of an aging infrastructure badly in need of repair. Ask any CEO where they'd rather locate and hire. A country with deteriorating roads and bridges, or one with high-speed rail and internet, high-tech schools, self-healing power grids. The CEO of Siemens America, a company that brought hundreds of new jobs to North Carolina, said that if we upgrade our infrastructure, they'll bring even more jobs. And that's the attitude of a lot of companies all around the world. And I know you want these job-creating projects in your district. I've seen all those ribbon cuttings. So, tonight, I propose a Fix-It-First program to put people to work as soon as possible on our most urgent repairs, like the nearly 70,000 structurally deficient bridges across the country. And to make sure taxpayers don't shoulder the whole burden, I'm also proposing a partnership to rebuild America that attracts private capital to upgrade what our businesses need most. Modern ports to move our goods, modern pipelines to withstand a storm, modern schools worthy of our children. Let's prove there's no better place to do business than here in the United States of America, and let's start right away. We can get this done. And part of our rebuilding effort must also involve our housing sector. The good news is our housing market is finally healing from the collapse of 2007. Home prices are rising at the fastest pace in 6 years. Home purchases are up nearly 50%, and construction is expanding again. But even with mortgage rates near a 50-year low, too many families with solid credit who want to buy a home are being rejected. Too many families who never missed a payment and want to refinance are being told no. That's holding our entire economy back. We need to fix it. Right now, there's a bill in this Congress that would give every responsible homeowner in America the chance to save $3,000 a year by refinancing at today's rates. Democrats and Republicans have supported it before, so what are we waiting for? Take a vote and send me that bill. Why would we be against that? Why would that be a partisan issue? Helping folks refinance. Right now, overlapping regulations keep responsible young families from buying their first home. What's holding us back? Let's streamline the process and help our economy grow. Now, these initiatives in manufacturing, energy, infrastructure, housing, all these things will help entrepreneurs and small business owners expand and create new jobs. But none of it will matter unless we also equip our citizens with the skills and training to fill those jobs. And that has to start at the earliest possible age. You know, study after study shows that the sooner a child begins learning, the better he or she does down the road. But today, fewer than 3 in 10 4-year-olds are enrolled in a high-quality preschool program. Most middle-class parents can't afford a few $100 a week for a private preschool. And for poor kids who need help the most, this lack of access to preschool education can shadow them for the rest of their lives. So tonight, I propose working with states to make high-quality preschool available to every single child in America. That's something we should be able to do. Every dollar we invest in high-quality early childhood education can save more than $7 later on by boosting graduation rates, reducing teen pregnancy, even reducing violent crime. In states that make it a priority to educate our youngest children, like Georgia or Oklahoma, studies show students grow up more likely to read and do math at grade level, graduate high school, hold a job, form more stable families of their own. We know this works. So let's do what works and make sure none of our children start the race of life already behind. Let's give our kids that chance. Let's also make sure that a high school diploma puts our kids on a path to a good job. Right now, countries like Germany focus on graduating their high school students with the equivalent of a technical degree from one of our community colleges. So those German kids, they're ready for a job when they graduate high school. They've been trained for the jobs that are there. Now at schools like P-Tech in Brooklyn, a collaboration between New York Public Schools and City University of New York and IBM, students will graduate with a high school diploma and an associate's degree in computers or engineering. We need to give every American student opportunities like this. And 4 years ago, we started Race to the Top, the competition that convinced almost every state to develop smarter curricula and higher standards, all for about 1% of what we spend on education each year. Tonight, I'm announcing a new challenge: to redesign America's high schools so they better equip graduates for the demands of a high-tech economy. And we'll reward schools that develop new partnerships with colleges and employers, and create classes that focus on science, technology, engineering, and math. The skills today's employers are looking for to fill the jobs that are there right now and will be there in the future. Now, even with better high schools, most young people will need some higher education. It's a simple fact. The more education you've got, the more likely you are to have a good job and work your way into the middle class. But today's skyrocketing costs price too many young people out of a higher education or saddle them with unsustainable debt. Through tax credits, grants, and better loans, we've made college more affordable for millions of students and families over the last few years. But taxpayers can't keep on subsidizing higher and higher and higher costs for higher education. Colleges must do their part to keep costs down, and it's our job to make sure that they do. So tonight, I ask Congress to change the Higher Education Act so that affordability and value are included in determining which colleges receive certain types of federal aid. And tomorrow, my administration will release a new college scorecard that parents and students can use to compare schools based on a simple criteria: where you can get the most bang for your educational buck. Now, to grow our middle class, our citizens have to have access to the education and training that today's jobs require. But we also have to make sure that America remains a place where everyone who's willing to work, everybody who's willing to work hard, has the chance to get ahead. Our economy is stronger when we harness the talents and ingenuity of striving, hopeful immigrants. And right now, leaders from the business, labor, law enforcement, faith communities, they all agree that the time has come to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to get it done. Now's the time to get it done. Real reform means stronger border security, and we can build on the progress my administration's already made, putting more boots on the southern border than at any time in our history, and reducing illegal crossings to their lowest levels in 40 years. Real reform means establishing a responsible pathway to earned citizenship, a path that includes passing a background check, paying taxes and a meaningful penalty, learning English, and going to the back of the line behind the folks trying to come here legally. And real reform means fixing the legal immigration system to cut waiting periods and attract the highly skilled entrepreneurs and engineers that will help create jobs and grow our economy. In other words, we know what needs to be done. And as we speak, bipartisan groups in both chambers are working diligently to draft a bill, and I applaud their efforts. So let's get this done. Send me a comprehensive immigration reform bill in the next few months, and I will sign it right away, and America will be better for it. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. But we can't stop there. We know our economy is stronger when our wives, our mothers, our daughters can live their lives free from discrimination in the workplace and free from the fear of domestic violence. Today, the Senate passed the Violence Against Women's Act that Joe Biden originally wrote almost 20 years ago, and I now urge the House to do the same. Good job, Joe. And I ask this Congress to declare that women should earn a living equal to their efforts, and finally pass the Paycheck Fairness Act this year. We know our economy is stronger when we reward an honest day's work with honest wages. But today, a full-time worker making the minimum wage earns $14,500 a year, even with the tax relief we put in place. A family with 2 kids that earns the minimum wage still lives below the poverty line. That's wrong. That's why since the last time this Congress raised the minimum wage, 19 states have chosen to bump theirs even higher. Tonight, let's declare that in the wealthiest nation on earth, no one who works full-time should have to live in poverty, and raise the federal minimum wage to $9 an hour. We should be able to get that done. This single step would raise the incomes of millions of working families. It could mean the difference between groceries or the food bank, rent or eviction, scraping by or finally getting ahead. For businesses across the country, it would mean customers with more money in their pockets. And a whole lot of folks out there would probably need less help from government. In fact, working folks shouldn't have to wait year after year for the minimum wage to go up, while CEO pay has never been higher. So here's an idea that Governor Romney and I actually agreed on last year. Let's tie the minimum wage to the cost of living so that it finally becomes a wage you can live on. Tonight, let's also recognize that there are communities in this country where, no matter how hard you work, it is virtually impossible to get ahead. Factory towns decimated from years of plants packing up, inescapable pockets of poverty, urban and rural, where young adults are still fighting for their first job. America is not a place where the chance of birth or circumstance should decide our destiny. And that's why we need to build new ladders of opportunity into the middle class for all who are willing to climb them. Let's offer incentives to companies that hire Americans who've got what it takes to fill that job opening, but have been out of work so long that no one will give them a chance anymore. Let's put people back to work rebuilding vacant homes in rundown neighborhoods. And this year, my administration will begin to partner with 20 of the hardest hit towns in America to get these communities back on their feet. Now, we'll work with local leaders to target resources at public safety and education and housing. We'll give new tax credits to businesses that hire and invest. And we'll work to strengthen families by removing the financial deterrents to marriage for low-income couples, and do more to encourage fatherhood. Because what makes you a man isn't the ability to conceive a child, it's having the courage to raise one. And we want to encourage that. We want to help that. Stronger families, stronger communities, a stronger America. It is this kind of prosperity, broad, shared, built on a thriving middle class, that has always been the source of our progress at home. It's also the foundation of our power and influence throughout the world. Tonight, we stand united in saluting the troops and civilians who sacrifice every day to protect us. Because of them, we can say with confidence that America will complete its mission in Afghanistan and achieve our objective of defeating the core of al-Qaeda. Already, we have brought home 33,000 of our brave servicemen and women. This spring, our forces will move into a support role, while Afghan security forces take the lead. Tonight, I can announce that over the next year, another 34,000 American troops will come home from Afghanistan. This drawdown will continue, and by the end of next year, our war in Afghanistan will be over. Beyond 2014, America's commitment to a unified and sovereign Afghanistan will endure. But the nature of our commitment will change. We're negotiating an agreement with the Afghan government that focuses on two missions: training and equipping Afghan forces so that the country does not again slip into chaos, and counterterrorism efforts that allow us to pursue the remnants of al-Qaeda and their affiliates. Today, the organization that attacked us on 9/11 is a shadow of its former self. It's true, different al-Qaeda affiliates and extremist groups have emerged from the Arabian Peninsula to Africa. The threat these groups pose is evolving. But to meet this threat, we don't need to send tens of thousands of our sons and daughters abroad or occupy other nations. Instead, we'll need to help countries like Yemen, Libya, and Somalia provide for their own security, and help allies who take the fight to terrorists, as we have in Mali. And where necessary, through a range of capabilities, we will continue to take direct action against those terrorists who pose the gravest threat to Americans. Now, as we do, we must enlist our values in the fight. That's why my administration has worked tirelessly to forge a durable legal and policy framework to guide our counterterrorism efforts. Throughout, we have kept Congress fully informed of our efforts. And I recognize that in our democracy, no one should just take my word for it that we're doing things the right way. So in the months ahead, I will continue to engage Congress to ensure not only that our targeting, detention, and prosecution of terrorists remains consistent with our laws and system of checks and balances, but that our efforts are even more transparent to the American people and to the world. Of course, our challenges don't end with al-Qaeda. America will continue to lead the effort to prevent the spread of the world's most dangerous weapons. The regime in North Korea must know they will only achieve security and prosperity by meeting their international obligations. Provocations of the sort we saw last night will only further isolate them, as we stand by our allies, strengthen our own missile defense, and lead the world in taking firm action in response to these threats. Likewise, the leaders of Iran must recognize that now's the time for a diplomatic solution, because a coalition stands united in demanding that they meet their obligations, and we will do what is necessary to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. At the same time, we'll engage Russia to seek further reductions in our nuclear arsenals and continue leading the global effort to secure nuclear materials that could fall into the wrong hands. Because our ability to influence others depends on our willingness to lead and meet our obligations. America must also face the rapidly growing threat from cyber attacks. Now, we know hackers steal people's identities and infiltrate private emails. We know foreign countries and companies swipe our corporate secrets. Now our enemies are also seeking the ability to sabotage our power grid, our financial institutions, our air traffic control systems. We cannot look back years from now and wonder why we did nothing in the face of real threats to our security and our economy. And that's why earlier today, I signed a new executive order that will strengthen our cyber defenses by increasing information sharing and developing standards to protect our national security, our jobs, and our privacy. But now Congress must act as well by passing legislation to give our government a greater capacity to secure our networks and deter attacks. This is something we should be able to get done on a bipartisan basis. Now, even as we protect our people, we should remember that today's world presents not just dangers, not just threats, it presents opportunities. To boost American exports, support American jobs, and level the playing field in the growing markets of Asia, we intend to complete negotiations on a Trans-Pacific Partnership. And tonight I'm announcing that we will launch talks on a comprehensive transatlantic trade and investment partnership with the European Union, because trade that is fair and free across the Atlantic supports millions of good-paying American jobs. We also know that progress in the most impoverished parts of our world enriches us all. Not only because it creates new markets, more stable order in certain regions of the world, but also because it's the right thing to do. You know, in many places, people live on little more than $1 a day. So the United States will join with our allies to eradicate such extreme poverty in the next 2 decades by connecting more people to the global economy, by empowering women, by giving our young and brightest minds new opportunities to serve, and helping communities to feed, empower, and educate themselves, by saving the world's children from preventable deaths, and by realizing the promise of an AIDS-free generation, which is within our reach. You see, America must remain a beacon to all who seek freedom during this period of historic change. I saw the power of hope last year in Rangoon, in Burma, when Aung San Suu Kyi welcomed an American president into the home where she had been imprisoned for years. When thousands of Burmese lined the streets waving American flags, including a man who said, "There's justice and law in the United States. I want our country to be like that." In defense of freedom, we'll remain the anchor of strong alliances from the Americas to Africa, from Europe to Asia. In the Middle East, we will stand with citizens as they demand their universal rights and support stable transitions to democracy. We know the process will be messy, and we cannot presume to dictate the course of change in countries like Egypt, but we can and will insist on respect for the fundamental rights of all people. We'll keep the pressure on a Syrian regime that has murdered its own people, and support opposition leaders that respect the rights of every Syrian. And we will stand steadfast with Israel in pursuit of security and a lasting peace. These are the messages I'll deliver when I travel to the Middle East next month. And all this work depends on the courage and sacrifice of those who serve in dangerous places at great personal risk. Our diplomats, our intelligence officers, and the men and women of the United States Armed Forces. As long as I'm Commander-in-Chief, we will do whatever we must to protect those who serve their country abroad, and we will maintain the best military the world has ever known. We'll invest in new capabilities, even as we reduce waste and wartime spending. We will ensure equal treatment for all service members and equal benefits for their families, gay and straight. We will draw upon the courage and skills of our sisters and daughters and moms, because women have proven under fire that they are ready for combat. We will keep faith with our veterans, investing in world-class care, including mental health care, for our wounded warriors. supporting our military families, giving our veterans the benefits and education and job opportunities that they have earned. And I want to thank my wife, Michelle, and Dr. Jill Biden for their continued dedication to serving our military families as well as they have served us. Thank you, honey. Thank you, Jill. Defending our freedom, though, is not just the job of our military alone. We must all do our part to make sure our God-given rights are protected here at home. That includes one of the most fundamental rights of a democracy, the right to vote. When any American, no matter where they live or what their party, are denied that right because they can't afford to wait for 5 or 6 or 7 hours just to cast their ballot, we are betraying our ideals. So tonight I'm announcing a nonpartisan commission to improve the voting experience in America, and it definitely needs improvement. I'm asking 2 longtime experts in the field who, by the way, recently served as the top attorneys for my campaign and for Governor Romney's campaign, to lead it. We can fix this, and we will. The American people demand it, and so does our democracy. Of course, what I've said tonight matters little if we don't come together to protect our most precious resource, our children. It has been 2 months since Newtown. I know this is not the first time this country has debated how to reduce gun violence, but this time is different. Overwhelming majorities of Americans who believe in the Second Amendment, have come together around common sense reform, like background checks that will make it harder for criminals to get their hands on a gun. Senators of both parties are working together on tough new laws to prevent anyone from buying guns for resale to criminals. Police chiefs are asking our help to get weapons of war and massive ammunition magazines off our streets because these police chiefs, they're tired of seeing their guys and gals being outgunned. Each of these proposals deserves a vote in Congress. If you want to vote no, that's your choice. But these proposals deserve a vote. Because in the 2 months since Newtown, more than 1,000 birthdays, graduations, anniversaries have been stolen from our lives by a bullet from a gun. More than 1,000. One of those we lost was a young girl named Hagel Pendleton. She was 15 years old. She loved fig Newtons and lip gloss. She was a majorette. She was so good to her friends, they all thought they were her best friend. Just 3 weeks ago, she was here in Washington with her classmates, performing for her country at my inauguration. And a week later, she was shot and killed in a Chicago park after school, just a mile away from my house. Idea's parents, Nate and Cleo, are in this chamber tonight, along with more than 24 Americans whose lives have been torn apart by gun violence. They deserve a vote. They deserve a vote. They deserve a vote. Gabby Giffords deserves a vote. The families of Newtown deserve a vote. The families of Aurora deserve a vote. The families of Oak Creek and Tucson and Blacksburg and the countless other communities ripped open by gun violence, they deserve a simple vote. They deserve a simple vote. Our actions will not prevent every senseless act of violence in this country. In fact, no laws, no initiatives, no administrative acts will perfectly solve all the challenges I've outlined tonight. But we were never sent here to be perfect. We were sent here to make what difference we can, to secure this nation, expand opportunity, uphold our ideals through the hard, often frustrating, but absolutely necessary work of self-government. We were sent here to look out for our fellow Americans, the same way they look out for one another, every single day, usually without fanfare, all across this country. We should follow their example. We should follow the example of a New York City nurse named Menchu Sanchez. When Hurricane Sandy plunged her hospital into darkness, she wasn't thinking about how her own home was faring. Her mind was on the 20 precious newborns in her care and the rescue plan she devised that kept them all safe. We should follow the example of a North Miami woman named Desaline Victor. When Desaline arrived at her polling place, she was told the wait to vote might be 6 hours. And as time ticked by, her concern was not with her tired body or aching feet, but whether folks like her would get to have their say. And hour after hour, a throng of people stayed in line to support her. Because Desaline is 102 years old. And they erupted in cheers when she finally put on a sticker that read, "I voted." Well, there's Desaline. We should follow the example of a police officer named Brian Murphy. When a gunman opened fire on a Sikh temple in Wisconsin, Brian was the first to arrive, and he did not consider his own safety. He fought back until help arrived and ordered his fellow officers to protect the safety of the fellow Americans worshiping inside, even as he lay bleeding from 12 bullet wounds. And when asked how he did that, Brian said, "That's just the way we're made. That's just the way we're made." We may do different jobs and wear different uniforms and hold different views than the person beside us. But as Americans, we all share the same proud title. We are citizens. It's a word that doesn't just describe our nationality or our legal status. It describes the way we're made. It describes what we believe. It captures the enduring idea that this country only works when we accept certain obligations to one another and to future generations. that our rights are wrapped up in the rights of others, and that well into our third century as a nation, it remains the task of us all, as citizens of these United States, to be the authors of the next great chapter of our American story. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless these United States of America.
And that was President Barack Obama delivering his fourth State of the Union address, a speech that clocked in at around an hour and 7 or 8 minutes, relatively long. He arrived slightly late in the chamber. A speech, I think, notable for its aggressiveness, not terribly surprising, but on climate change. President Obama spent a significant amount of time on global warming, said if Congress did not act, he would. On housing, saying there's no reason that refinancing can't be done, we can't help the middle class. On guns, saying that these people deserve a vote, probably the most quotable and most memorable section of the speech, coming at the end, saying Gabrielle Giffords, the former Arizona congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, she deserved a vote. The victims of the Newtown, Connecticut shootings, they deserved a vote. The victim of the Chicago shooting, she deserved a vote. So a real pull on the emotional heartstrings there. And tough, because the reality of the gun control legislation in the Congress is something like an assault weapons ban. There are many Democrats, frankly, who do not want to vote on an assault weapons ban. President Obama putting the ball firmly in Congress's court in that regard, but clearly very forceful. Ending the speech with a call to sort of, we are all citizens, we are all in this together. But I will tell you, even though the speech has now ended about 1 or 2 minutes ago, President Obama has not given a speech that many Republicans will be happy about. Mitt Romney got mentioned twice, the former Massachusetts governor and 2012 Republican presidential nominee. John McCain got mentioned once, but beyond that, not a ton of olive branches offered by this president, repeatedly referencing executive orders, his willingness to take that course of action. Of course, he did that on guns already, and putting the ball again in Republicans' court. Vote on these bills. They deserve a vote. Send this bill to me right now. All urgent and all insisting that the president has done what he can do. Now it is up to Congress. Now we are waiting to hear as the president works his way around the chamber. That's Kathleen Sebelius, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture and former Iowa governor. As he works his way around the room, Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, Republican, is preparing to deliver the Republican response. Now this will be a significantly shorter address, likely in the 10 to 15 minute range. Rubio is seen as the rising star, not even a rising star, the rising star within the National Republican Party, someone widely rumored to be running for president in 2016, and someone who many Republicans would like to believe is their answer to Barack Obama, someone who can compete with Obama in terms of charisma, in terms of natural communication ability, on policy, to offer the alternative vision, not just oppose Barack Obama, but offer the alternative vision to Barack Obama that they know that they need going into the 2014 midterm elections, and most particularly going into the 2016 presidential election. So again, this is a speech that I think will divide partisans into their camps if they weren't already there. Climate change, guns, a little bit of immigration thrown in there as well. And the president did start on the economy and spent a significant portion of the speech on the economy, though not hugely into specifics, essentially saying we need to cut, we need to make fair, we need to do a fair deal. Democrats need to give on entitlements, Republicans need to stop protecting the wealthiest among us. This is in many ways, certainly the wealthiest among us lines, what we heard on the campaign trail. Again, we've got some big dates coming up. President Obama said the sequester is a bad decision. It should not happen. That's coming on March 1st. This across-the-board cut of $1.2 trillion that most people in Congress now seem to accept, certainly on the Republican side, is likely to happen. And President Obama also referencing the March 31 date for the government to continue funding. There needs to be a continuing resolution passed by Congress to allow itself to fund itself. If that does not happen, Congress would shut down, workers would be furloughed. This is something we saw that happened in 1995 and 1996 between Bill Clinton, then the president, and Newt Gingrich, then the Speaker of the House. Bill Clinton widely seen as having won, at least from a PR and political perspective, both of those battles. Obama urging Congress to not go down that path, but some big hurdles and big markers coming up on the economy. I do again think that this is a speech that will be remembered for the line, Gabrielle Giffords deserves a vote. The victims of the Newtown shootings deserve a vote. Again, the gun debate, ways to curb gun violence, has dominated public discussion for almost every day since the shootings in Newtown, Connecticut in late 2012. President Obama ensuring, as he has said publicly before, and clearly not backing down tonight, that this issue, he has said before, I will do everything within my political power to change this for the better. This certainly was the president making good on that pledge. I would also say, this is what a second-term president not worried about re-election does. President Obama talked very little about guns and gun violence in his presidential campaign or in his first term. He's talked much more about it, in part because of the Newtown shootings and the context there, the shooting of the young woman, the 15-year-old, who attended the inauguration and then was gunned down shortly after that. But this is the work of someone who is not worried about courting those independents, those rural voters, people who culturally do tend to oppose more restrictions on their gun rights. The question is, can President Obama use his political will to pass something through Congress? We've not seen that yet. We will see it in the coming weeks and months. Much of the work, honestly, will have to be done, particularly in the Senate, on his own side. You have people like Mary Landrieu in Louisiana, Max Baucus in Montana, Mark Pryor in Arkansas, Tim Johnson in South Dakota, all of whom are representing states that culturally tend to favor gun rights over restrictions on those rights. The question is, can President Obama use his political influence, his political power, his whatever tools he has at his disposal to convince those Democrats that a vote on something like the assault weapons ban has to happen, even if they want to vote no, that a vote needs to happen on that. We shall see. I think they would prefer not to have to vote on it at all. It's obviously a controversial measure, but he's clearly making no bones that he wants that vote to happen. And again, I do think that ultimately will be what the legacy of this speech will be. We were told coming in this was going to be a speech focused primarily on the economy, and the president did, I think, if you break down the word count, spend more time on the economy broadly and jobs than any other issue. But saving the gun rhetoric in his approach to what's next in the gun control debate in Congress until the end of the speech, calling out many of the people who were in the First Lady's box, victims of gun violence, doing so repeatedly, rhetorically. I think all of that almost certainly lends to that being what we will, in fact, remember from the speech. As you see here, the chamber remains packed. I talked to former Arkansas Senator Blanche Lincoln this morning, a Democrat, and she said, one of the hardest things towards the end of these speeches is planning your exit strategy, how to get out of there. It's like leaving the parking lot at a rock concert. It can take quite a while for the president. He gets out of there pretty quick, but everybody else, it takes a little bit longer. So again, we are awaiting Marco Rubio, John Boehner now closing the joint session. Essentially a formality, ending it. We expect now, given that John Boehner is doing this, Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, will be giving the Republican response any minute now. This is Eric Cantor, the House Majority Leader.
Without objection,
let him talk.
the chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on February 12, 2013 at 4:27 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 47, Appointments, Commission on Long-Term Care. Signed sincerely, Karen L. Haas.
Does the gentleman from Virginia have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question's on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
And that was John Boehner gaveling the joint session of Congress. That's when you pack all the senators and all the members of the House and the Supreme Court and the cabinet into one room to listen to President Obama's State of the Union address, gaveling that session to a close, returning to regular order. We are now all awaiting, at least I am, Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida's speech. This is the Republican response. This is an official sanctioned response. When a Republican is in the White House, the Democrats give a response. When a Democrat is in the White House, the Republicans give a response. Marco Rubio chosen to give this response in no small part because he is widely seen now as the leader of a somewhat leaderless Republican Party. The loss of Mitt Romney in the November election left a vacuum of power. John Boehner's inability to rally the House Republican Conference behind some of his proposals on the fiscal cliff left the party without a natural leader. It's always hard following the re-election of a president of either party for the party who is not in power to find someone of the level of the president. It's almost impossible to do. The presidency is a sort of unique political position. Republicans are hoping Marco Rubio is that person. We shall see. This is a big moment for him. The eyes of the national political world and the country in general, I hope, are on him, keeping an eye on what he will do and how he will go about doing it. The excerpts we have seen, some traditional Republican rhetoric on taxes, on growing government, and the need to not do so, but also some interesting rhetoric on the need to find common ground between Democrats and Republicans. This is something that is important to Marco Rubio. He is the lead face, for Republicans at least, on efforts to reform the immigration system in this country. That includes, and you heard President Obama say this in his speech, a path to citizenship. President Obama called it a responsible path to citizenship. This is something that in 2008, in 2012 presidential races, Republicans were very wary, candidates at least, of going near because the base of the party viewed any way of giving illegal immigrants access to legal status as amnesty. Rubio taking the issue, a Cuban American from Florida, taking the issue head on, saying we need to solve this. Until we solve our problem with undocumented workers, our legal immigration system simply will not work. Expected to talk some about immigration tonight, but more broadly talk about his own story. His parents were Cuban immigrants who fled the country and raised him in Florida. So expected to tell his sort of unique American story. Again, this is a speech that will be 10, maybe 15 minutes long. It is not the hour-plus long speech of Barack Obama. It will be difficult for anyone, Marco Rubio included, who is a quite gifted communicator, to match the sort of bully pulpit, quite literally, that President Obama commanded him in front of all 535 members of Congress. But Marco Rubio has been widely acknowledged by Republicans as the most gifted communicator they have at the moment. They are hoping he is someone who steps into this opportunity this evening and embraces it and shows the country what many of them believe to be the case, which is he is the future of the Republican Party. We shall see. I believe we are getting him, if I'm not mistaken, right now. There he is. We leave it to Florida Senator Marco Rubio. This is the Republican response.
Good evening. I'm Marco Rubio. I'm blessed to represent Florida in the United States Senate. Let me begin by congratulating President Obama on the start of his second term. Tonight, I have the honor of responding to a State of the Union address on behalf of my fellow Republicans. And I'm especially honored to be addressing our brave men and women serving in the armed forces and in diplomatic posts around the world. You may be thousands of miles away, but you are always in our prayers. The State of the Union address is always a reminder of how unique America is. See, for much of human history, most people were trapped in stagnant societies where a tiny minority always stayed on top, and no one else even had a chance. But America's exceptional because we believe that every life at every stage is precious, and that everyone everywhere has a God-given right to go as far as their talents and hard work will take them. Like most Americans, for me, this ideal is personal. My parents immigrated here in pursuit of the opportunity to improve their life and to give their children the chance at an even better one. They made it to the middle class, my dad working as a bartender and my mother as a cashier and a maid. I didn't inherit any money from them, but I inherited something far better, the real opportunity to accomplish my dreams. This opportunity to make it to the middle class or beyond, no matter where you start out in life, it isn't bestowed on us from Washington. It comes from a vibrant free economy where people can risk their own money to open a business. And when they succeed, they hire more people who in turn invest or spend their money they make helping others start a business and create jobs. Presidents in both parties, from John F. Kennedy to Ronald Reagan, have known that our free enterprise economy is the source of our middle class prosperity. But President Obama, he believes it's the cause of our problems. That the economic downturn happened because our government didn't tax enough, spend enough, or control enough. And therefore, as you heard tonight, his solution to virtually every problem we face is for Washington to tax more, borrow more, and spend more. This idea that our problems were caused by a government that was too small, it's just not true. In fact, a major cause of our recent downturn was a housing crisis created by reckless government policies. And the idea that more taxes and more government spending is the best way to help hardworking middle-class taxpayers, that's an old idea that's failed every time it's been tried. More government isn't going to help you get ahead. It's going to hold you back. More government isn't going to create more opportunities. It's going to limit them. And more government isn't going to inspire new ideas, new businesses, and new private sector jobs. It's going to create uncertainty. Because more government breeds complicated rules and laws that small businesses can't afford to follow. Because more government raises taxes on employers who then pass the costs onto their employees through fewer hours, lower pay, and even layoffs. And because many government programs that claim to help the middle class often end up hurting them. For example, Obamacare. It was supposed to help middle-class Americans afford health insurance. But now some people are losing the health insurance they were happy with. And because Obamacare created expensive requirements for companies with more than 50 employees, now many of these companies aren't hiring. Not only that, they're being forced to lay people off and switch from full-time employees to part-time workers. Now, does this mean that there's no role for government? Of course not. It plays a crucial part in keeping us safe, enforcing rules, and providing some security against the risks of modern life. But government's role is wisely limited by the Constitution, and it can't play its essential role when it ignores those limits. There are valid reasons to be concerned about the president's plan to grow our government. But anytime anyone opposes the president's agenda, he and his allies usually respond by falsely attacking their motives. When we point out that no matter how many job-killing laws we pass, our government can't control the weather, he accuses us of wanting dirty water and dirty air. When we suggest we strengthen our safety net programs by giving states more flexibility to manage them, he accuses us of wanting to leave the elderly and the disabled to fend for themselves. And tonight, he even criticized us for refusing to raise taxes to delay military cuts, cuts that were his idea in the first place. But his favorite attack of all is that those of us who don't agree with him, that we only care about rich people. Mr. President, I still live in the same working-class neighborhood I grew up in. My neighbors aren't millionaires. They're retirees who depend on Social Security and Medicare. They're workers who have to get up early tomorrow morning and go to work to pay the bills. They're immigrants who came here because they were stuck in poverty in the countries where the government dominated the economy. The tax increases and the deficit spending you propose will hurt middle-class families. It will cost them their raises. It will cost them their benefits. It may even cost some of them their jobs. And it will hurt seniors because it does nothing to save Medicare and Social Security. So, Mr. President, I don't oppose your plans because I want to protect the rich. I oppose your plans because I want to protect my neighbors. Hardworking, middle-class Americans who don't need us to come up with a plan to grow the government. They need a plan to grow the middle class. Economic growth is the best way to help the middle class. Unfortunately, our economy actually shrank during the last 3 months of 2012. But if we can get the economy to grow at just 4% a year, it would create middle-class jobs, and it would reduce our deficits by almost $4 trillion over the next decade. Tax increases can't do this. Raising taxes won't create private sector jobs, and there's no realistic tax increase that could lower our deficits by almost $4 trillion. That's why I hope the President will abandon his obsession with raising taxes and instead work with us to achieve real growth in our economy. One of the best ways to encourage growth is through our energy industry. Of course, solar and wind energy should be a part of our energy portfolio. But God also blessed us with America with abundant coal, oil, and natural gas. Instead of wasting more taxpayer money on so-called clean energy companies like Solyndra, let's open up more federal lands for safe and responsible exploration. And let's reform our energy regulations so that they're reasonable and based on common sense. If we can grow our energy industry, it will make us energy independent. It will create middle-class jobs, and it will help bring manufacturing back from places like China. Simplifying our tax code will also help the middle class because it will make it easier for small businesses to hire and grow. And we agree with the President. We should lower our corporate tax rate, which is one of the highest in the world, so that companies will start bringing their money and their jobs back here from overseas. We can also help grow our economy if we have a legal immigration system that allows us to attract and assimilate the world's best and brightest. We need a responsible, permanent solution to the problem of those who are here illegally. But first, we must follow through on the broken promises of the past to secure our borders and enforce our laws. Helping the middle class grow will also require an education system that gives people the skills today's jobs entail and the knowledge that tomorrow's world will require. We need to incentivize local school districts to offer more advanced placement courses and more vocational and career training. And we need to give all parents, especially the parents of children with special needs, the opportunity to send their children to the school of their choice. And because college tuition costs have grown so fast, we need to change the way we pay for higher education. Now, I believe in federal financial aid. I couldn't have gone to college without it. But it's not just about spending more money. It's also about strengthening and modernizing them. The 21st century workforce should not be forced to accept 20th century education solutions. Today's students aren't only 18-year-olds. They're returning veterans. They're single parents who decide to get the education they need to earn a decent wage. And they're workers who have lost jobs that are never coming back and need to be retrained. We need student aid that does not discriminate against programs that non-traditional students rely on, like online courses or degree programs that give you credit for work experience. When I finished school, I owed over $100,000 in student loans, a debt I paid off just a few months ago. Today, many graduates face massive student loans. We must give students more information on the costs and benefits of the student loans they're taking out. All these measures are key to helping grow the economy. Though we won't be able to sustain a vibrant middle class unless we solve our debt problem. Every dollar our government borrows is money that isn't being invested to create jobs. And the uncertainty created by the debt is one reason why many businesses aren't hiring. The President loves to blame the debt on President Bush, but President Obama has created more debt in 4 years than his predecessor did in 8. The real cause of our debt is that our government has been spending $1 trillion more than it takes in every year. That's why we need a balanced budget amendment. The biggest obstacle to balancing the budget are programs where spending is already locked in. One of these programs is Medicare. It's especially important to me. It provided my father the care he needed to battle cancer and ultimately to die with dignity. And it pays for the care my mother receives right now. I would never support any changes to Medicare that would hurt seniors like my mother. But anyone who's in favor of leaving Medicare exactly the way it is right now is in favor of bankrupting it. Republicans have offered a detailed and credible plan that helps save Medicare without hurting today's retirees. Instead of playing politics with Medicare, when is the President going to offer his detailed plan to save it? Tonight would have been a good time for him to do it. Of course, we face other challenges as well. We were all heartbroken by the recent tragedy in Connecticut. We must effectively deal with the rise of violence in our country. But unconstitutionally undermining the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans is not the way to do it. On foreign policy, America continues to be indispensable to the goal of global liberty, property, and safeguarding human rights. The world is a better place when America is the strongest nation on earth. But we can't remain powerful if we don't have an economy that can afford it. In the short time that I've been here in Washington, nothing has frustrated me more than false choices like the one the President laid out tonight. The choice isn't just between big government or big business. What we need is an accountable, efficient, and effective government that allows small and new businesses to create more middle-class jobs. We don't have to raise taxes to avoid the President's devastating cuts to our military. Republicans have passed a plan that replaces these cuts with responsible spending reforms. In order to balance our budget, the choice doesn't have to be either higher taxes or dramatic benefit cuts for those in need. Instead, we should grow our economy so that we can create new taxpayers, not new taxes, and so our government can afford to help those who truly cannot help themselves. And the truth is, every problem can't be solved by the government. Many are caused by the moral breakdown in our society. And the answer to these challenges lie primarily in our families and our faiths, not our politicians. Despite our differences, I know that both Republicans and Democrats love America. I pray we can come together to solve our problems, because the choices before us could not be more important. If we can get our economy healthy again, our children will be the most prosperous Americans ever. And if we do not, we will forever be known as the generation responsible for America's decline. At a time when one showdown after another ends in short-term deals that do little or nothing about our real problems, some are starting to believe that our government leaders just can't or won't make the right choices anymore. But our strength has never come from the White House or the Capitol. It's always come from our people. A people united by the American idea that if you have a dream and you're willing to work hard, nothing should be impossible. Americans have always celebrated and been inspired by those who succeed. But it's the dreams of those who are still trying to make it that sets our nation apart. Tonight, all across this land, parents will hold their newborn children in their arms for the first time. For many of these parents, life has not gone the way they had planned. Maybe they were born into circumstances they found difficult to escape. Maybe they've made some mistakes along the way. Maybe they're young mothers all alone, the father of their child long gone. But tonight, when they look into the eyes of their child for the first time, their lives will change forever. Because in those eyes, they will see what my parents saw in me and what your parents saw in you. They will see all the hopes and dreams they once had for themselves. This dream of a better life for their children, it's the hope of parents everywhere. Politicians here and throughout the world have long promised that more government can make those dreams come true. But we Americans have always known better. From our earliest days, we embraced economic liberty. And because we did, America remains one of the few places on earth where dreams like these even have a chance. Each time our nation has faced great challenges, what has kept us together was our shared hope for a better life. Now, let that hope bring us together again to solve the challenges of our time and write the next chapter in the amazing story of the greatest nation man has ever known. Thank you for listening. May God bless all of you. May God bless our President. And may God continue to bless the United States of America.
And we are back. I'm Chris Cillizza of the Washington Post. I'm here with Karen Tumulty and Jonathan Capehart. Okay, we're going to talk about President Obama's State of the Union, but news is all about recency. So let's talk about Marco Rubio. Now, it was a speech that went about 12 or 15 minutes, but there is 4 seconds that will define that speech for pop culture broadly, for people who are not watching at 10:43 p.m., which is when Marco Rubio, clearly struggling to maintain sort of the moisture in his mouth, for lack of a better word, to kind of sustain his speech in front of a national TV audience, made the calculation to sort of reach over and grab some water. Jonathan, I know that people are already tweeting me and saying, focus on what he said, not what he did. But in politics is at least part performance. And that was a moment that you will see repeated. If Saturday Night Live has not already written the sketch, they're probably in process of it. I don't want to overplay it, but
I don't know. I mean,
go ahead, Karen. Go ahead.
It was a drink of water.
True.
You know?
True.
But and don't forget Bill Clinton struggling through his Democratic convention speech also had some of those. Instead, that speech was still seen as a tour de force. I think the problem that he had is the problem that every responder has, which is that you are coming from the grandeur of the President of the United States speaking to all the assembled powers of the federal government, and then you're one guy in front of a curtain.
But I just want to say, I mean, I know, Karen, you tweeted that it looked like he was on the set of Downton Abbey. I tweeted before you did that just visually, when he first came on and he first started speaking, I thought, whoa, okay, this is more like it. Right. This is not Bobby Jindal. This is not Bob McDonnell. He's got command. And I said performance-wise.
Pretty low here, John.
Well, of course it is, but still, again, you know, he started off very well, but that reaching for the bottle of water and struggling through, it's the curse. I thought he was going to get beyond the curse, that he was going to break the curse, but the curse happened. And we're talking about the bottle of water. I want to know how many people, I haven't had a chance to look yet, are talking about the really sort of creepy smile he did at the very end after saying, "May God continue to bless the United States of America."
I think Karen's got, I mean, I think it's just so hard to do. We talked about, beforehand, we talked about how Bob McDonnell put the group of people behind them. No matter how good a communicator you are, and we have all done a fair amount of television, humble brag, when you are just standing in a room reading off of a teleprompter, it is a very difficult thing to do. And I will say, as someone who often finds myself sort of chug-a-lugging water while I'm not on screen, I have some level of sympathy for Marco Rubio. It is difficult, folks, if you know, I always say, laugh if you will, but it is difficult to talk for 15 straight minutes when you are nervous to start and not have that happen. Now, that said, we live in a culture, I would say, before Twitter existed, that would have probably been a minor blip on the radar. Now it will develop into BuzzFeed, and there will be all these sorts of things out there about it. But let's talk about the substance of the speech. He talked a little bit about immigration. I actually thought the most powerful part, and Karen, I'm interested in your take on this, I thought Rubio did something that Mitt Romney never did in the 2012 campaign, which was give a reasonable, digestible response to Republicans of the party of the rich.
I mean, the whole thing about I would never do anything to hurt Medicare because my family has had to rely on it so much and I think he wove it in with his personal story. But, you know, let's face it, these responses they're the afterthought. And, you know, the main event, it was in the chamber.
And I would say for we talk about Bobby Jindal, and you know, I always do a little test on people like my wife who is not political, and I'll be like, yeah, what about that Bobby Jindal speech? And my wife is relatively current in pop culture, and she just, you know, I think it is something that people like us pay attention to. And if I say to some other politician or political person, you know, it's a Jindal State of the Union response, everyone will know what we say. Everyone will say, oh, Rubio in the water. The question is, does the average person, how much do they consume? Does this make the evening news? Forget the water thing. Does anything that Marco Rubio said make the news tomorrow, other than 5 seconds worth?
But again, if we could get to the main event.
Yes, good point. Let's go to the State of the Union address. Thank you, Karen.
You know, I do think the president did something really important tonight, which is that he declared that he was going to change the terms of engagement, that he was going to pivot away from the politics of austerity, that the line about how deficit reduction is not an economic plan. There was nothing in all these proposals of his, there was nothing really new. But what he said about, I am no longer arguing with you people about the deficit, was, I think, potentially a real watershed moment if he can then get the country to also follow that.
And I would just as a kind of counterpoint there, polling suggests in January 2009, you know, 53% of people said reducing deficit was a top priority. It's up to 78 or 79%, by far the biggest growth over 4 years. But you're right, clearly a moment there. Jonathan, what was this is an hour and 8-minute speech that we are now digesting after 15 minutes of thinking about it, but was there a piece there that you took out and said, this is what I think will matter the most?
Well, not a piece, but it was tone. When we talked in the pregame, I talked about how I wondered whether the verve and vigor that we heard in the inaugural address would carry over tonight, and I thought it did.
Agree.
And bouncing off what Karen just said, where he's saying to the Republicans, look, I'm not debating with you folks over this anymore, but over the deficit. And even though 80-something or 70-something percent of people care about the deficit, but the president gave a rationale for why he's not going to do that, because it's all about making the investments for the future, because if we don't do that, the nation's problems will be bigger.
Quickly on climate change, because I did think that was interesting. He devoted, to your point, Jonathan, this was an echo of the language he used in the inaugural speech, which caught many people by surprise. He devoted a significant amount of time to it, and I thought what was fascinating, he said, if you don't act, and this is what we've heard on guns and we've heard on the debt ceiling and fiscal cliff, if you don't act, I will take executive action. I can't imagine that sits well with Republicans, Karen.
Yeah, and I also don't think that is all the way what even environmentalists wanted to hear, because they really wanted him to come forward with a legislative program. And all the signals we're getting from the White House is that the president believes that his role in climate change is to sort of go out and educate the world that these hurricanes are not just happening by chance, that he is not going to go to the mat in Congress for cap and trade or anything like that.
Right, there weren't a lot of specifics.
He did give a shout out to Lieberman and McCain for their climate bill that they were able, they tried.
But it was sort of like, good luck with that guy.
Right. I love the two Mitt Romney shout outs. I'm sure Mitt Romney appreciated those. Let's end on this. Guns. The president ended on it. Clearly sort of a very we debated, would he be specific, would he be big, would he be emotional? Jonathan, you predicted emotional, I think, correctly. I thought the takeaway, if you were a random observer of this, is Gabby Giffords deserves a vote. The victims of Newtown deserve a vote. The people in Aurora deserve a vote. That seemed to be the kind of emotional heart of the speech. It's what I think you're going to see on the morning shows. It's what,
they deserve a vote is going to be the mantra.
Does it change anything? The president said, this time it's different. I think those are his exact words. This time it's different, talking about the gun debate in this country. Is it different? Can the president do what he made good on what he said? He said, I'm prepared to use whatever political power I have to, he said this before, to make this happen. Clearly his emphasis on this speech shows he is willing to do so. But can he affect change? The legislation has to move through Congress.
Well, right, but Chris, when Sandy Hook happened, people wondered, can the president maintain the momentum? Will we still be talking about this after Christmas? We still are. And the president had folks up in that gallery who were affected by Sandy Hook, by Aurora, and the young women in Chicago's parents who were there. They deserve a vote. And it's going to carry over. I do believe that this time it's different. You cannot slaughter 20 children and not have the debate change.
He clearly believes it. I mean, this is clearly not a political play. Karen, is this on guns, at least what I was thinking is this is the rhetoric of someone who doesn't have to run for re-election again. This is not an issue President Obama ever talked about on the campaign trail. It's not an issue he talked about as president. Now, circumstances change, and this is, the slaughter of 20 children is different in kind in some way. But this is the speech of someone who's...
And he was using something that I've never seen him use before in a speech like this to Congress, shame. It was, they deserve a vote. And it's shaming them into doing it. And let's face it, the strategy in the House has been, oh, well, let's just see what the Senate does, and then we'll see what we'll take up. You know, he really laid it down, I think. And again, it's shaming people is not something I think of that I associate with.
Very much a ball is in your court, I think broadly, but certainly on guns. Jonathan, one last thought.
And keep in mind, the president's going to Chicago this week. The issue will be back.
Absolutely. Jonathan Capehart, Karen Tumulty, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
The State of the Union, that's a wrap. Scene. Act. Thank you all for joining us. Have a wonderful night. Much more about State of the Union on WashingtonPost.com all day, all this evening, and all day tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.